Chapter 1899. Rumble, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in the void. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Silver gold electric arcs intertwined in his hands, flashing resplendently. Accompanied by the starlight, they formed a silver-gold starlight spear in front of him. This silver-gold starlight spear was formed by several types of spiritual thunder and lightning martial veins in Du Xiaofu's body. The void suddenly rumbled and trembled. A supreme pressure descended. Thunder and lightning intertwined. Swish! This spear pierced through the void. Wherever it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack hung in the sky, destroying everything. The giant dragon shadows shattered inch by inch. In the end, the silver-gold starlight spear swept into Long Tongue's head like a resplendent thunderbolt. The spear had no head, causing the energy of heaven and earth to become chaotic. The silver-gold starlight spear pierced through Long Tongue's head, shocking the surrounding creatures who were already trembling in fear. PFFF, Long Tongue spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His huge dragon body fell at the same time. A resplendent white light shot out from between his eyebrows, piercing through the void and escaping rapidly. Rumble! Thunder and lightning intertwined in the void. Silver-gold arcs of starlight quietly filled the void and turned into a huge lightning tree. It was suffused with a soul-sucking aura and confined the bright, white light that was trying to escape within the roots of the lightning tree. Roar! The dragon's roar was deafening. The resplendent white light faded, and a crystal-clear white cloud dragon appeared. Its eyes were filled with fear and despair. That was Long Tongue's dragon soul, primordial spirit. However, at this moment, it was bound by the lightning tree roots and was naturally suppressed. It could no longer escape. The lightning tree turned into a resplendent electric arc and swept back to between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows, disappearing. Bang, bang, bang! The huge dragon corpse fell heavily on the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The ground of the small town cracked, and the mountains outside the town collapsed. It was frightening. Goo-goo! Looking at the huge dragon corpse on the ground, the surrounding creatures raised their heads and looked at the man in the void. He had a pair of wings on his back, and a golden light rushed into the sky. He was a god and also the Demon King. Goo-goo! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, all of them trembling in fear. The Wei clan disciples were all flabbergasted. How could they have imagined that the Mr. Qiao who had been by their side for the past few days was actually the great rock emperor of the desolate country? Witnessing his terrifying strength with their own eyes was even more shocking. There had been some House Wei disciples who felt that his bold declaration of sweeping through all the supreme geniuses of the heavenly devil battlefield had been a little too boastful. But now they were speechless. Demon King Du Xiaofu had already swept through his peers in this world. Today, even an old ancestor of the dragon race was killed. How terrifying! This guy, Zhen at this moment, Long Tongue's Long's dragon body dragon. Originally, Zhen Qingchen was confident that Du Xiaofu would definitely be able to withstand Long Tongue. However, he did not expect Du Xiaofu's strength to actually reach such a level and easily kill Long Tongue. Boom! Du Xiaofu appeared on top of Long Tongue's dragon corpse. A vast golden light swept out from his palm and enveloped the dragon corpse. Then, with a burst of light, the huge dragon corpse gradually shrank to a length of several zhang. Dragon scales filled the air as Du Xiaofu put it into his Qingquan pouch. I'm going to seclude myself here for a few days. Du Xiaofu retracted his golden peng wings and landed beside Zhen Qingchen and the 18 celestial guards. He was going to seclude himself for a few days. Du Xiaofu was not afraid of the dragons in the heavenly devil battlefield. It would be better if the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism did not come. If they did, he would be more than happy to oblige. All right, I'll keep an eye on things for you. Don't worry about anything else. I'll tell you in detail after you come out of seclusion. Zhen Qingchun nodded. He knew that Du Xiaofu had just bound Long Tongue's dragon soul origin spirit. He probably needed time to refine it. That would bring him great benefits. A while later, the bones of the several dozen dragons were unceremoniously collected by the 18 celestial guards into their Qinquan pouches. Much of the serpent dragon and beast meat was directly roasted by Zhen Qingchun, Stone, Qiguiyu, and the others. They ate heartily. Many of the spectating creatures in the distance felt their hairs stand on end, especially the beasts. The people of the desolate country are just as savage as the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Some of the beasts did not dare to stay for long. They were afraid that the terrifying 18 celestial guards would want to eat them alive. Du Xiaofu sat with his legs crossed in the desolate ancient space. The silver net, soul-devouring thunder in his soul, had devoured and refined Long Tongue's dragon soul origin spirit. He circulated the mysterious incomplete cultivation method, working together to refine Long Tongue's dragon soul origin spirit into his own pure soul. Terrifying waves of soul energy surged through his mud-pill palace. Long Tongue was one of the ancestors of the dragons. His dragon soul origin spirit was extremely powerful. Although Du Xiaofu had removed the impurities and retained the essence, he had only obtained 10 or 20% of the original soul energy. After all, this was not the power of a soul that he had cultivated himself, so he was unable to devour it all. However, 10 or 20% was still absolutely terrifying. This was the heavenly demon battlefield. Saints were still unable to enter. Du Xiaofu did not fear legalism. If the dragons or the school of vertical and horizontal came looking for him, it would be even better if they did. Time gradually passed. Under the refinement of the silver net soul-devouring thunder and the mysterious incomplete cultivation method, Long Tongue's dragon soul origin spirit was completely refined. Du Xiaofu's dragon soul origin spirit grew by quite a bit. A Lord Region dragon corpse. This is a treasure. When Long Tongue's dragon soul origin spirit was completely refined, Du Xiaofu took out Long Tongue's dragon soul origin spirit from his Qinquan bag. It was suffused with multicolored light. It was just a corpse. It had lost its vitality and had shrunk to several meters in size. However, it was still suffused with a terrifying dragon might. Such a dragon corpse was definitely a great treasure. Its value was immeasurable. Walala! Large amounts of refining materials flew out from Du Xiaofu's Qinquan bag. They emitted a treasure light that illuminated the desolate country. Do it! Narrowing his eyes, Du Xiaofu's expression became a little more serious. Flames surged in his hand, and a blazing, spiritual flame appeared. Du Xiaofu wanted to refine Long Tongue's dragon corpse into a puppet to condense a spiritual furnace talisman cauldron. For an ordinary talisman master, refining a dragon corpse like Long Tongue was simply impossible. The consumption was too great. Du Xiaofu was not too worried. If he refined Long Tongue's dragon corpse into a puppet, it would be a great help to him when the time came. Qila, condensing a spiritual furnace talisman cauldron. Raging flames surged like divine fire. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a formless claw distorted the space, wrapping Long Tongue's dragon corpse and throwing it into the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron. Aho-oh! A dragon's roar resounded. Long Tongue's dragon corpse trembled, transforming back into its original huge body, traversing through the desolate ancient space. Walala! The spiritual furnace talisman cauldron expanded. Du Xiaofu's hand seals quickly condensed, and his figure sat cross-legged on top of the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron. Surging profound energy supported the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, and the power of his soul swept out, accompanied by arcs of lightning. Walala! As Long Tongue's dragon corpse entered the spiritual furnace talisman cauldron, the white dragon scales were immediately covered in raging flames. In the blazing flames, a sizzling sound immediately erupted. However, these dragon scales were too hard. Even if Long Tongue was already dead, these dragon scales were still a treasure that was difficult to destroy. But Du Xiaofu was no longer the same as before. Being able to kill Long Tongue, how could he not be able to deal with Long Tongue's dragon corpse? What's more, Du Xiaofu wasn't trying to destroy the dragon scales. Instead, he was trying to temper Long Tongue's physical body to become even more solid. On the contrary, he couldn't destroy the dragon scales. This was the puppet's final line of defense. In the midst of the raging flames, the dragon scales were unceasingly twitching. As time slowly passed, on Long Tongue's dragon corpse, those layers of dragon scales unceasingly overflowed with traces of blood, before finally dissipating into white mist due to the high temperature. All of this seemed extremely cruel and bloody. Fortunately, Long Tongue was already dead and didn't have any consciousness. Otherwise, this would have been the most miserable torture. Du Xiaofu didn't feel any cruelty or bloodiness. This Long Tongue wanted to kill him time and time again, and the dragons intercepted him several times on the way. How could he be polite now? Focusing all his attention on controlling the flames in the cauldron, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to show any carelessness. If the flames in the cauldron were too great, they would be enough to burn Long Tongue's corpse to ashes. If the flames were too small, the temperature would not be enough, and the impurities in Long Tongue's corpse would not be refined, which would fail to meet the requirements for refining a puppet. However, in general, Long Tongue was only left with his corpse. Compared to refining a living puppet, it was much easier. Under Du Xiaofu's refinement, the impurities in the dragon corpse were gradually refined. The dragon's scales glowed, and mist filled the surroundings. The crystalline dragon tendons, bones, and flesh were filled with inscriptions that radiated with light. At a glance, it seemed to possess a shocking amount of power. The body of a Lord Domain expert was definitely terrifying in the first place. After being refined, it had reached a whole new level. Du Xiaofu consumed a lot of energy through such a refinement. His face was rather pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. What came next was the second step, which required refining a large amount of puppet materials. The time in the desolate country was very loose, while the time in the small town seemed rather slow. With that great battle, the descent of the 18 heavenly generals and the child of the sacred array, the cowardly creatures had already left the town, afraid of provoking some trouble. They were also afraid of the dragons coming for revenge, which would cause them to be affected. Some of the bolder ones stayed in the vicinity, watching from afar, thinking that they might be able to obtain some benefits. If the dragons came for revenge, they would be able to watch the show. The treasure has chosen you, so it shouldn't be harmful to you. Try communicating with your soul. Once it truly recognizes you as its master, it will be a great opportunity for you. In a simple courtyard, Zhan Qingchen said to Wei Jiejie, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. He guided her to communicate with the extraordinary sword in her Naiwen palace. He was becoming more and more satisfied with this disciple of his. Secret puppet technique, condense. Condense. At a certain time, Du Xiaofu's eyes shone brightly in the desolate, ancient space. White light rippled all over his body, and the huge spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron transformed into a boiling liquid, pouring onto the dragon corpse like a flood. Hiss! Hiss! The boiling liquid poured onto the dragon corpse, producing sizzling sounds. Inscriptions pulsed and shone resplendently. The white dragon corpse also began to dark green. The layers of scales shone with an icy green, metallic luster. It was chilling and terrifying. Chapter 1900. Handprints gathered in Du Xiaofu's hands at the same time, and streaks of strange light transformed into mysterious runes. The light from these runes fell on the dragon corpse, causing its originally tightly shut dragon eyes to suddenly open. The dragon corpse's originally lifeless and empty dragon eyes, which were almost dead, began to strangely and slowly emit an ice-cold and pale-white gaze. It gave one an ice-cold chill, causing one's hair to stand on end when one looked at it. Chi! Suddenly, when Du Xiaofu's last handprint was formed, a brilliant stream of light shot into the dragon corpse's brow from between his brows. Roar! The dragon corpse, which had long since lost its vitality, suddenly opened its mouth and roared. A strange vitality emanated from its body, and a terrifying pressure swept through the ancient space, shaking the void and causing lightning to flash and thunder to roll. The giant dragon traversed the ancient space and had already turned into a cold and dark green color. Du Xiaofu sized up the dragon-bodied puppet before him. It was slightly weaker than Long Tongue from before, but in terms of defense, it was definitely a level higher. If it's refined into a living puppet, it should be much stronger, Du Xiaofu muttered. A corpse puppet could not be compared to a living puppet. If he had not killed Long Tongue back then and directly refined him into a puppet, its power would definitely be stronger, but the power of his own primordial spirit would not have increased. But no matter what, this dragon-bodied puppet had been successfully refined, and this was enough for Du Xiaofu to rejoice in his heart. You'll be called Long Ming from now on, right? Yes. Du Xiaofu looked at the puppet before him, which still carried a terrifying dragon's might. A moment later, in the ancient courtyard of the small town, your father, Little Shuang, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the others have all come in. The dragon's school of vertical and horizontal and legalism have been looking for trouble, but they can't gain any advantage at all. If it weren't for the fact that many of their old fellows have entered the heavenly devil battlefield, I'm afraid they could only run away with their tails between their legs. Zhen Qingchen smiled and informed Du Xiaofu about the current situation in the heavenly devil battlefield. The school of vertical and horizontal, the legalism, and the dragons had lost almost all of their supreme geniuses in the divine domain. This time it was only because many old fellows had entered the heavenly devil battlefield that they dared to continue causing trouble for the desolate nation. Otherwise, they would not be a match for the current desolate nation. However, the golden-winged rocks, the school of agriculture, the school of Yin-yang, and the school of Moism are all helping. Legalism won't be able to gain any advantage at all. Zhen Qingchen had a smile on his face. He, the 18 heavenly generals, Du Yunlong and Mo Tianshao, and the others were searching for dragons to kill. The tables had already turned. After hearing about the desolate country's recent situation, Du Xiaofu felt relieved and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Has Senior Lei entered the heavenly devil battlefield? Du Xiaofu asked. His purple robes covered his face, and his aura was restrained. His expression was resolute, and his eyes were sharp. If he did not make a move, no one would know that this was a dormant, golden-winged rock, a terrifying demon king. Senior Lei seems to be under some kind of restriction. He is currently unable to enter the heavenly devil battlefield. Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu, the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, the legalism, and the others are all searching for you. Your younger sister, Xiaojing, has also entered the heavenly devil battlefield. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly with a calm expression. It was not strange for the dragons and the others to search for him. It was also within his expectations that his younger sister, Xiaojing, would be in the heavenly devil battlefield. Is there any news of little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, little Qing, and the little tiger? Du Xiaofu asked. Not yet, but perhaps little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others have already entered. It's just that we haven't received any news yet. Zhen Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu. His expression changed slightly, and he said, However, I recently received news that the famed clan is looking for trouble with Dongli Qingqing. Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, and Little Shuang have already gone to help. The 18 celestial generals and I were also planning to go and help. We accidentally heard that the dragons were here, so we came over. I didn't expect you to be here as well. The famed clan. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered when he heard that. He immediately asked, "Where are they now?" According to the news, Dongli Qingqing has been fleeing. She seems to be heading in the direction of the Heavenly Yu Mountain, Zhan Qingchen said. The Heavenly Yu Mountain? Is there really such a place? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard Wei Jieji mention this place a few days ago. It was said that the Heavenly Yu Mountain was one of the few mysterious places in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It was rumored that there were towering trees everywhere, countless spiritual herbs and spiritual birds and beasts. It had never been tainted by evil demons. It was a pity that the Heavenly Yu Mountain was very mysterious. Not only could it not be found, but it was also impossible for living beings to set foot in it. It's said that the place is very mysterious. It's usually impossible to find it. However, there have been strange phenomena in the sky recently. An expert has deduced the direction of the Heavenly Yu Mountain. It's in the southeast of the Heavenly Devil battlefield. According to the news we received, Dongli Qingqing is also heading in the direction of the Heavenly Yu Mountain. She might also want to enter the Heavenly Yu Mountain, Zhan Qingchen said. I'll go first. Du Xiaofu's gaze turned cold. The fact that the famous families were looking for trouble with Dongli Qingqing had him worried. Based on Dongli Qingqing's strength, she might not be able to defend against the famous families. Old Lei had not entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield, and Dongli Qingqing's master could not enter either. She was in a very dangerous situation right now. All right, the 18 heavenly generals and I will be there soon. Now that the Heavenly Yu Mountain has appeared, I'm sure other powers should be rushing over as well. There should be people from the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal. Zhen Qingchen said. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's feet shone with a golden light as he darted into the distance. The Heavenly Devil battlefield was vast and boundless. Screech! In the vast void, a large patch of black clouds appeared all of a sudden, letting out an ear-piercing screech. A gigantic black beast swooped down from the front of its chest. Its wings were eerie, as though they were made of metal, bringing with it a bloodthirsty aura. It flapped its wings and distorted the void, pouncing towards Du Xiaofu, who was rushing over. This was a demonic beast. Its strength was extremely strong, comparable to that of a domain state being. It was extremely frightening. Within the Heavenly Devil battlefield, many living beings had been killed recently. Du Xiaofu paused for a moment as he raised his head to look at the ferocious beast. He was unmoved. A golden light gushed out from his body as a domineering aura swept out, causing the void around him to distort silently. This was the frightening aura brought about by Du Xiaofu's undying and indestructible cultivation state. To be able to distort the void around him, a power like this was unimaginable for those with insufficient cultivation states. The demonic beast that was swooping down suddenly shuddered as it felt an instinctive sense of fear. However, its gigantic body was bound as well. It was as though it had fallen into a swamp, unable to break free from the void. Xing! Du Xiaofu did not stand on ceremony. Since this beast had already been demonized, it would be a disaster if it was left alive. Stretching out his hand, purple flames rolled out and incinerated the beast in the void, turning it into smoke. After killing that demonic beast, Du Xiaofu continued on his journey towards the rumored Heavenly Yu Mountain. Roar! A few hours later, on top of a gigantic mountain peak, a gigantic black tiger that was 1,000 feet tall roared. Its entire body was covered in thick black fur, and it was extremely ferocious. The tiger's eyes were filled with an unparalleled rapport as it opened its mouth. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, it charged towards Du Xiaofu, who was passing by. Chapter 1901. Evil Beast. Du Xiaofu swooped down as a stalk of dark insight grass appeared in the air, purifying the evil spirit and dispersing the black energy. A finger imprint shot out like lightning, directly piercing through the forehead of the vicious tiger, killing it instantly. There were many such demonic beasts in the heavenly devil battlefield. Flying in the air was not necessarily safer. The demonic beasts that could attack in the air were usually more powerful. However, with Du Xiaofu's strength, these demonic beasts could not stop him. A mottled land with broken walls and dilapidated buildings was in a mess. There were traces of a fierce battle everywhere, filled with demonic aura. There was still demonic qi in the surroundings that had not completely dissipated, and there were still corpses of living beings. There was blood that had not dried up and was emitting a bloody light. It was the blood of a powerhouse. That was why it was glowing. There was a fierce battle here. Du Xiaofu felt the auras of many experts on the battlefield. They were from the Beast Clan, the Human Clan, the Evil Devil Clan, and the Demonic Beast Clan. Their strength was extraordinary, and many of them were at the Domain Realm. It was not hard to imagine that a fierce battle had taken place here. It was very fierce and had attracted many powerhouses. Even the mountains in the surroundings had been swept away, leaving only half of them. It was a mess. There are also powerful talisman masters. Du Xiaofu also found traces of talisman arrays. They were very impressive, and the person who set them up was not weak. Woo woo! Suddenly there was a woo woo sound that seemed to come from the underworld. There are demons. Du Xiaofu was startled and quickly rushed out. In a messy ancient land, black fog surged all around. The woo woo sound was like the wailing of ghosts and gods. There were at least 100 ferocious energy bodies surrounding a dozen humans of all ages. Bang, bang, bang! The battle was fierce. The strongest among these dozen humans was only at the Venerable Realm. The demons were very strong, and as a whole, were several times stronger. These human cultivators were no match for them at all. A dozen of them had already been affected and turned into walking corpses. They were being controlled by the demons to counterattack and kill the dozen humans. The situation was very dangerous. The dozen humans were no match for them at all. My life ends here. There were some who felt despair. Their eyes revealed fear as they entered a desperate situation. They were powerless to break out of the encirclement. Whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly a stalk of grass appeared. Its spiritual leaves were long and slender as if it was real. Mysterious symbols flickered about. As the stalk of grass flew out, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, causing the eyes of the ferocious evil spirits to tremble. This stalk of grass seemed to be able to suppress all evil. As soon as this stalk of grass appeared, countless spirit leaves shot out like waterfalls, piercing through space and eliminating the hundreds of evil spirits around it. Woo woo! Demonic radiance overflowed in all directions, erupting with terrifying tacit understanding. They wanted to struggle free from the power of that stalk of grass, but in the end, they couldn't escape and were all killed. The dozen or so old and young people were shocked. The other party's strength was too terrifying. Thank you for saving me, sir. I'm extremely grateful. I'm willing to do anything for you. An elder led everyone to kneel down to express his gratitude. He was also worried that Du Xiaofu would attack them. After all, this was the Heaven Demon battlefield, so anything could happen. Get up. Tell me what happened here. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and looked around. This was the first time he had encountered these evil spirits in the Heaven Demon battlefield. They were similar to the evil spirits in Kyushu's sealed ancient land. They were extremely difficult to deal with, but with extreme yang and special techniques, they could suppress and restrain each other. The dark seeker grass was their nemesis. Seeing that the other party's young expert didn't seem to have any intention of making things difficult for them, the dozen or so people got up and immediately told Du Xiaofu everything they knew. It turned out that they had been here for a long time, but they didn't dare to approach from afar. An ancient expert's mansion had appeared here, and evil spirits were densely packed. It had also attracted experts from all sides to fight over it. The battle was very intense, and they didn't dare to approach with their strength. Only after the experts from all sides had left did they dare to approach. They wanted to try their luck and perhaps obtain something. However, they didn't expect their luck to be so bad. There were still some scattered evil spirits hidden here. Although these evil spirits weren't very strong, they were much stronger than them. They couldn't resist. At the critical moment, if Du Xiaofu hadn't suddenly appeared to help them, they would have been in deep trouble. Many experts appeared. There were also many experts from the older generation who participated. There were also experts from the beast race. However, in the end, it seemed that an expert from the beast race called Domain Lord Zetian took away the ancient inheritance. Those experts all went to chase after him. A middle-aged man who was covered in blood and was heavily injured said to Du Xiaofu, "Domain Lord Zetian, can you tell me more in detail?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly froze. Domain Lord Zetian, it seemed a bit like the name of his martial uncle, Purple Sky Venerable. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but suspect that this was the case. Domain Lord Zetian's original form is a purple sky martin. It's said that he's from the 7-star hall in the central continent. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said to Du Xiaofu, "Which direction did they go in?" Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly changed. The original form of a purple sky martin was from the 7-star hall. Who else could it be other than his martial uncle, Purple Sky Venerable? They went in that direction. "I'm afraid it's been 4 hours." The middle-aged man replied with a trembling voice. He could feel the sudden violent fluctuation of aura from Du Xiaofu's body and was trembling. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu leaped into the sky and quickly left in the direction that the middle-aged man had pointed out. It was the same direction as the Heavenly Mountain. His martial uncle had obtained the ancient inheritance and was being chased by many experts and forces. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be worried. He had to go and help him. "Sixth martial uncle, hang in there for a while. I'm coming." Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. The whereabouts of his martial uncles were unknown. Some of his martial uncles had fallen. Only his second martial uncle and sixth martial uncle were left outside. He couldn't let any more accidents happen. Otherwise, how could he face his master in the future? The vast mountains were incomparably vast. There were waterfalls in the mountain streams that poured down like the Milky Way. The mountains were majestic and lofty. The terrain was similar. Once one went deeper, they might even get lost in it. Du Xiaofu had encountered many attacks from demonic beasts and evil spirits along the way. However, they were all resolved with a wave of his hand. It was obvious that this place was gradually approaching the central region of the heavenly devil battlefield. It was no longer the border. It was getting more and more dangerous. "There's an aura." Probing with his mind, Du Xiaofu felt the aura of living beings. Many people had appeared here before. Du Xiaofu approached. There was a huge mountain there. It was the entrance to the majestic mountain range. "Human, stop right there." However, before Du Xiaofu approached, there was a low shout that sounded like muffled thunder. Beside the majestic mountain, there were 2 huge mountains that suddenly moved as if they were alive. Chapter 1902. The mountain peaks trembled as 2 dazzling beams of light shot out from each of them. They were actually 2 pairs of gigantic ferocious eyes. The 2 mountain peaks were actually 2 gigantic demonic beasts. One was a coiling python spitting out a red tongue. The other was a gigantic lion standing tall like a mountain. Its ferocious aura shook one's soul. The 2 demonic beasts looked down at Du Xiaofu, their eyes cold and intimidating. "This place doesn't belong to you, right? I'm going to look for someone." Du Xiaofu looked at the giant python and lion. They were both famous demonic beasts on the heavenly beast roll. They were at the peak of the revered Nirvana realm and were considered overlords in the outside world. "This place is no longer a place you can set foot in. Get out of here, or I'll kill you." The lion's roar was deafening as a terrifying aura spread out. Why bother talking so much to this human? He'll be just nice to fill the gaps between my teeth. The giant python's eyes were blood red, as terrifying as bloody holes. Its ferocious mouth swept out like a long whip, biting at Du Xiaofu with lightning speed. It wanted to swallow Du Xiaofu in one bite, completely ignoring Du Xiaofu. Chi-la! The speed was too fast. A huge rock flew out in front of Du Xiaofu like an impact cannon and directly flew into the giant python's mouth. The terrifying shock wave shattered its fangs and blood flowed out. Its ferocious mouth was almost torn into 8 pieces. At the same time, Du Xiaofu appeared behind the giant python. He reached out with one hand and twisted the void. A spatial claw grabbed the giant python's tail, and then, like a snake, he swung the giant python's huge body into the air and threw it out ruthlessly. It crashed into a nearby mountain peak, like a meteor. Rumble! The mountain peak collapsed and the earth shook. The giant python's head and body turned into meat paste one after another. It didn't even know how it died. This speed was too fast. When the lion reacted, it was already shocked. Its strength was not stronger than the giant python, so it didn't dare to attack. However, Du Xiaofu didn't stop. He swung the broken giant python's body again and whipped it onto the lion's back like a rope. Roar! The giant python's body was completely shattered, and the vicious lion's huge body was also directly sent flying. It miserably howled, and its flesh was cracked. It was dripping with blood, and several mountain peaks were destroyed. It was at its last gasp. Du Xiaofu's silhouette left without lingering. Within the mountain range and deep caves, auras surged violently. There were unknown towering trees that towered into the heavens, but they were all already dried up without any signs of life. There were tree vines with a diameter of 1 zhang that wound around the mountain stream and climbed up the rocks, as vigorous as a horned dragon. At this moment, the vast mountain cave was surrounded by over 100 figures. Talisman markings suffused and dazzling like stars, and their auras surged and warped space. Domain Lord Zetian, you won't be able to escape. Hand over that strand of Saint Will, and we won't take that inheritance. A majestic old man with deep eyes said, "Come and get it if you can." In the middle of the mountain cave, there was an old man in his 50s. His purple patterned robe was stained with dried blood, and his long purple hair fluttered slightly. He looked at the hundreds of figures around him with blood-red eyes. Although this old man looked like he was in his 50s, his facial features were like a sculpture. When he was young, he must have been extremely handsome. Even though he was deeply besieged at this time, his temperament was extraordinary, and he exuded the air of a noble king. This person was Lord Zetian, who had already stepped into the domain realm. His title was also known as Domain Lord Zetian. Not long ago, he had obtained an ancient inheritance and was pursued by many experts. Domain Lord Zetian, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Although you have some relations with the barren country, you have to think carefully. Not everyone wants to avoid the barren country. A slender, middle-aged man with a fair complexion looked at Domain Lord Zetian, and his aura was extremely strong. The Heaven Serpent Clan, the Demon Vulture Clan, the Red Fire Demonic Lion Clan. There are quite a few of you. Looking at the figures around him, Domain Lord Zetian recognized many of them. They were all from the big clans of the demon realm. Although they were not as powerful as the golden-winged giant rocks, dragons, and phoenixes, they were once famous in the ancient times. They had a strong foundation, and even the dragons had to give them some face. Amitabha. Someone chanted Buddha's name. His body was surrounded by golden light, and he wore a shabby kasaya. He looked like a monk, but he had long black hair. He looked middle-aged, but his face was quite handsome. He looked at Domain Lord Zetian and said, "Domain Lord Zetian, that holy thought is not something you can possess with your strength. Hand it over. Why are you so stubborn?" As the man finished speaking, several people behind him had fierce auras, and their eyes were fierce. They were not kind people. There are quite a lot of people. If I manage to escape today, I will have a good chat with you one by one. Looking at the long-haired monk and the others, Domain Lord Zetian's eyes were red, and there was a surge of coldness in them. Why are you talking so much? Let's fight first. Behind the long-haired monk, several cultivators of the Domain realm with fierce auras looked greedy. It was a holy thought left behind by an ancient expert. Such an opportunity was too great. If the experts of the big forces came, they would not even have a chance to fight for it. Boom! A cold-looking old man took the lead and rushed toward Domain Lord Zetian. A circle of energy rippled in the void under his feet. He stared at Domain Lord Zetian with cold eyes like a poisonous snake, and an extremely cold chi burst out from his body. Runes fluctuated, and suddenly the void in the mountain cave fluctuated violently. The overwhelming chi and runes gathered into a huge palm print in an instant, which contained a cold, evil spirit. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. With a deep shout, the cold-looking old man's huge palm pressed down, and the terrible force caused the surrounding space to collapse. Who do you think you are? If we fight one-on-one, I will have no problem killing you. Domain Lord Zetian looked up at the palm that was enlarging in his eyes and sneered. His purple robe fluttered, and an even more vigorous force burst out, as if it had turned into countless purple ribbons, entangling the huge palm and shattering it with an invisible force. Humph! The cold-looking old man snorted, and his face was a little pale. Amitabha. With a Buddhist chant, the long-haired monk made a move. His hands formed a complicated handprint at lightning speed, and as the handprint was formed, the surrounding vigorous energy of heaven and earth gathered. Great compassion finger. As the energy gathered, the long-haired monk quickly condensed into a huge finger. The Buddha's shadow filled the air, and the Sanskrit chants were faint, but the destructive power spread out. From afar, it looked like a towering pillar, and it pressed down on Domain Lord Zetian. Great compassion finger, demon slayer. The long-haired monk shouted, and the handprint fell down. The surrounding mountain cave collapsed instantly, and the ground cracked like an abyss. The earth shook, and the mountains shook, and the surrounding boulders exploded. This handprint was too terrifying, and it was definitely not ordinary. The domain grade martial technique is not far from the divine grade. Looking at the power of this finger, Domain Lord Zetian's face turned solemn. The long-haired monk's cultivation was not bad, and his martial technique was also terrifying. Moreover, there were many experts around who were eyeing him covetously. It was unlikely that he would be able to escape today. Chapter 1903. However, it was impossible for Domain Lord Zetian to hand over a strand of sacred will. A strand of sacred will was a huge opportunity for him to step into the Saint Realm in the future. It was left behind by a true Saint Realm cultivator. Besides, would these people really let him go if he handed over the strand of sacred will? Domain Lord Zetian didn't think so. The experts all around were eyeing him covetously. Some were from the Beast region, and some were independent cultivators. Perhaps some were afraid of the desolate country, but it was different in the dark. He still had an ancient inheritance on him that would be difficult to take away. One finger slaying a demon, like a pillar that supported the heavens, and its terrifying power made the surrounding experts frown inwardly. This monk's strength was definitely extraordinary. "Fight!" shouted Purple Sky Sovereign. He had nowhere to run, but he wasn't afraid. He raised his arm, and a claw wrapped in purple light shot into the sky. Purple runes soared into the sky and swept across the sky. It crashed into the long-haired monk's claw like a bolt of purple lightning. Crackle, crackle, the claw and finger collided, and the space around them became chaotic. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread out. Rumble, many of the stone walls in the surrounding caves cracked and exploded, revealing ravines that spread into the distance like a spider web. Domain Lord Zetian, your sealed domain realm cultivation isn't enough, sneered the long-haired monk. He used his peak great domain realm cultivation to attack with all his might. His claw was about to shatter Domain Lord Zetian's claw. Humph! Domain Lord Zetian snorted. Purple runes rose from his body and transformed into his true form. It was a purple sky marten. It wasn't large, but it was incomparably domineering and ferocious. His claw once again resisted the terrifying claw. Domain Lord Zetian hadn't been in the domain realm for long, but he was already in the sealed domain realm. However, his talent was extraordinary. Even though he was in the beast region, he was able to resist the long-haired monk's peak great domain realm cultivation. Seeing that he couldn't suppress Domain Lord Zetian despite using all his strength, the long-haired monk's expression darkened. He said darkly, "Everyone attack together. We'll talk about the sacred will later." All right, the few powerful rogue cultivators behind the long-haired monk seemed to have reached an agreement. Otherwise, they would not be able to contend with the other factions and large clans. When they heard the long-haired monk's words, they immediately moved. Several terrifying auras soared into the sky and surged violently. Several attacking forces were like light beams that shot toward Domain Lord Zetian at lightning speed. The surrounding experts looked at each other with vigilance, but they had no intention to intervene. Not everyone dared to intervene. After all, the barren country was at its peak now, and experts were as numerous as clouds. The relationship between the Domain Lord Zetian and the barren country was not ordinary. He was the Demon King's martial uncle. However, if these rogue cultivators dared to touch the Domain Lord Zetian, it would not be a problem for them to fight for the divine will and inheritance. Rumble! The mountain cave rumbled, and the energy of heaven and earth raged. Several attacks were above the domain realm, and they were not much weaker than the long-haired monk. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the space to crumble inch by inch. Domain Lord Zetian's expression was extremely grave. He had already used all his strength to deal with the monk. Now that there were several domain realm cultivators, it was impossible for him to resist. The dazzling attacks expanded in his eyes. "You want the sacred will. Dream on. Even if I die, you won't get it." Domain Lord Zetian laughed maniacally. Since he couldn't escape today, he would not let others take advantage of him. After he shouted, a terrifying aura surged out from his body again. Dazzling light shone, and purple runes filled the sky. "Be careful, he's going to self-destruct," someone exclaimed. The situation was chaotic, and his expression changed drastically. If Domain Lord Zetian self-destructed, no one would benefit from it. Instead, someone else would be affected. Martial uncle, no. Suddenly, a voice rang out at this moment. An invisible force seeped out from space and distorted space. It directly enveloped the purple marten's rising aura, forcefully suppressing it. At the same time, a purple figure quietly appeared in front of the purple celestial marten. Domain Lord Zetian's expression changed. He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. When he heard the familiar voice, his eyes went blank for a moment. Then, surprise surged in his eyes. Crash! The terrifying attacks in the surroundings and the long-haired monk's finger imprint also strangely stopped in the void at this moment, unable to take even half a step forward. Humph! The purple figure appeared, and a cold snort came from his throat. He waved his purple sleeve, causing the space to tremble. The long-haired monk and the other attacks quietly disappeared. Everyone was stunned, and the place was silent. Everyone's eyes were trembling in shock. The purple figure appeared clearly. It was a young man. He was tall, and his face was sharp. His eyes were clear and resolute. He ignored everyone around him and bowed respectfully to Domain Lord Zetian. He said, "Disciple greets sixth martial uncle." "Good. Good, good, haha. Domain Lord Zetian put away his original body and turned into his human form. He looked at the purple-robed man who suddenly appeared and said, "Good," 3 times. Then he laughed loudly. His laughter reverberated in the space like thunder. The purple-robed man who suddenly appeared in front of Domain Lord Zetian was none other than his martial nephew, the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Oh no, he is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Someone recognized the purple-robed man. He was the martial nephew of Domain Lord Zetian, the young hallmaster of the 7-star Hall, the Rock Emperor of the Barren Country, and the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Cuckoo! Some people's eyes were filled with horror. The thing that they were most afraid of had happened. They were already worried about the Barren Country because of Domain Lord Zetian. Now it was the Demon King Du Xiaofu himself. He is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The long-haired monk's expression changed. His eyes were trembling. The invisible aura of a person's life tree was enough to make his soul tremble. Run! The long-haired monk wanted to escape. As a rogue cultivator who had cultivated for many years, he was best at adapting to the situation and escaping. At this moment, he did not hesitate at all. He had heard of the brutality of the Demon King Du Xiaofu. He had even killed people from the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal. He did not dare to stay any longer. However, just as the long-haired monk was about to escape, the space in front of him fluctuated. A figure quietly appeared beside him, and a claw was placed on his neck. It was like an eagle catching a chick. The long-haired monk could only watch helplessly, but he was unable to dodge or block the attack. "Rock Emperor, please spare my life." "I am willing." The long-haired monk's eyes were filled with fear. His voice was hoarse, and the throbbing from the depths of his soul made him realize that he had made the wrong choice today. Du Xiaofu stood quietly with calm eyes. His grip on the long-haired monk's claw tightened slightly. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the void exploded. Spatial ripples surged out, and the long-haired monk's body exploded. A mist of blood poured out, and his soul was destroyed. Monk Changlu is dead. Everyone in the cave was horrified. Monk Changlu was a well-known rogue cultivator who had been famous for a long time. His cultivation was at the peak of the great domain realm, and many major forces had to give him face. However, he was killed by the Demon King Du Xiaofu without a word. Not good. The remaining rogue cultivators who had attacked together were all shocked. They watched Monk Changlu being killed like an ant, and the hair on their backs stood on end. Whoosh, whoosh! Several figures suddenly broke through the air and fled in several directions. Monk Changlu had been killed, so how could the Demon King Du Xiaofu let them go? Whoosh, whoosh! Looking at the fleeing figures, Du Xiaofu waved his sleeve and a green light appeared in his palm. This was Du Xiaofu's illusionary saber ray. It turned into several lightning-like saber lights that pierced through the air. Bang, bang, bang! Several fleeing figures turned into a mist of blood in the air above the cave. All of them were killed, and none of them managed to escape. The whole place was shocked and speechless. Some people's legs began to weaken, and their eyes trembled. Chapter 1904. There are quite a lot of people. Demon Vulture Clan, Sky Snake Clan. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the hundreds of figures around the cave. His indifferent gaze remained calm. He could sense quite a few familiar auras. Yu Rui was from the Demon Vulture Clan, who he had met in the School of Legalism, as well as the Heavenly Serpent Clan and other large clans of the Beast region. Greetings, Rock Emperor. Actually, we're just here to watch the show. We didn't do anything just now. It was Monk Changlu and the others. A slender, fair-skinned, middle-aged man from the Sky Snake Clan said to Du Xiaofu, his whole body trembling. Yeah, we're just here to watch the show. We wanted to help Domain Lord Zetian, but we didn't expect the Rock Emperor to suddenly come. That's great, said a majestic old man from the Demon Vulture Clan. Rock Emperor will leave now. Some people began to leave, not daring to stay any longer. If they'd known that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was nearby, they wouldn't have dared to chase after Domain Lord Zetian. They also didn't dare to address the Demon King in front of his face. That was what they called him behind his back. Yeah, we'll leave now. Many experts smiled awkwardly and planned to leave immediately. What? You want to leave already? Asked Du Xiaofu, a cold glint in his eyes. Rock Emperor, what do you mean? We didn't do anything. Our Sky Snake clan has never had any conflict with the desolate country, said the middle-aged man. Said the middle-aged man from the Sky Serpent clan. His expression changed. It seemed that the Devil King, Du Xiaofu, did not intend to let them go. Our Demon Vulture clan has never had any conflict with the desolate country. We didn't do anything just now. The old man from the Demon Vulture clan was pale. He brought up the Demon Vulture clan, Sky Snake clan, and other large clans, hoping that the Demon King Du Xiaofu would give them some face. Otherwise, they'd be in trouble today. A bunch of bastards who only know how to act according to the wind. Cursed Domain Lord Zetian. Domain Lord Zetian scolded. These people were not like this just now. They were clearly being aggressive. They did not attack just now because they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Xiaofu, I'm fine. Let them go. However, Realm Lord Zetian didn't want to cause any trouble for Du Xiaofu. The Demon Vulture clan, the Sky Snake clan, the Blaze Flame Lion clan, and other large clans of the Beast region were not to be trifled with. Du Xiaofu already had enough enemies. All right, I won't attack you guys either. Du Xiaofu said to the hundreds of trembling figures around him. Everyone in the surroundings revealed delighted expressions when they heard this, and numerous figures instantly soared into the sky and left swiftly. They were deeply afraid that the Demon King would go back on his word. Whoosh, whoosh! Hundreds of silhouettes scattered in all directions and soared into the sky, wishing that they could be faster. Aolo! Suddenly a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry resounded through the sky. It was like a chain of thunder from the 9 heavens. The sound waves swept out in all directions like a tsunami, causing the cave to tremble violently. The void was on the verge of collapsing, and everyone's hearts trembled with fear. Rumble, rumble. The surging sound waves were accompanied by golden runes and ripples of energy. It was like a raging ocean, and the sound waves reverberated through the sky, causing all living beings to tremble. Ah! The hundreds of fleeing figures suddenly revealed pained expressions. The beasts couldn't help but revert to their true forms. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies cracked. This was Du Xiaofu's domineering Tao, and it contained a kind of tyrannical martial Tao. Bang, 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 one after another, huge bodies fell from the sky like giant meteorites, crashing into the surroundings of the cave. Hundreds of figures' primordial spirits were injured, and their bodies cracked, but they survived. I didn't attack either. My throat is a little uncomfortable. Du Xiaofu's voice reverberated through the cave. Everyone could hear the coldness in his voice. Domain Lord Zetian could only smile bitterly. Then Du Xiaofu and Domain Lord Zetian left, leaving behind the hundreds of beastmen and humans who were in a daze. That's the inheritance left behind by an ancient ancestor of the Purple Marten clan. It also contains a strand of sacred will, which can give you a lot of chances to reach the saint stage in the future. Along the way, Domain Lord Zetian told Du Xiaofu about the general situation. He had obtained an inheritance from an ancient ancestor of the Purple Marten clan. Congratulations, 6th uncle. Du Xiaofu was happy for his 6th uncle. A strand of sacred will was even more precious. He had 36 feathers of the true rock. It was said that if he found the other 36 feathers, he would also obtain a strand of sacred will, which would increase his chances of reaching the saint stage in the future. However, he didn't know where the other 36 feathers of the true rock were. I hope that I can reach the saint stage one day, save 4th brother, and find Big Brother and the others, Domain Lord Zetian said. Domain Lord Zetian said. In the past, he had been elegant and heroic, and he could be considered to have dominated a region. But now, there were a few strands of white hair in his purple hair, and his handsome face was full of vicissitudes. Over the years, Big Brother and the others had been missing, Fourth Brother had fallen into the hands of the devil religion, and Third Brother had died. Domain Lord Zetian felt terrible and sad. He hoped that he could reach the saint stage one day and take revenge on the devil religion. I'm useless. Du Xiaofu's eyes were wet. He felt guilty. As a disciple, he hadn't been able to save his master or find his uncles. Silly child, you have already done enough. With your current achievements, I believe that your master will definitely be happy and proud of you. It's just that the demon sect is too big, but you are still young. We will definitely have a chance in the future. Domain Lord Zetian patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said, the young man in front of him was too young, but his achievements were eye-catching. However, it was still not enough to face the devil religion. Master, please be patient for a while. I'll save you soon. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth. He felt the 3,000 quaking thunder soul seeds in his Naiwan palace. Master was still alive. He must save him soon. Moksha, have you reached the heavenly devil battlefield? Du Xiaofu made up his mind. If he met people from the devil religion in the heavenly devil battlefield, he must find a way to find out about his master, especially if he met Moksha. Moksha must have a high position in the devil religion. If he could capture Moksha, he should be able to get his master back from the devil religion. Later, Du Xiaofu learned from Domain Lord Zetian that second Uncle Master Ferriu, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and the other disciples of the Seven-Star Hall had also entered the heavenly devil battlefield. Some of them were even with the disciples of the Huang nation. The other situations were similar to what Zhan Qingchen had said. I've heard of the Heavenly Mountain. It's a mysterious place. Domain Lord Zetian's eyes flickered when he learned that Du Xiaofu was going to the Heavenly Mountain. Uncle Master, come with me. We can take care of each other. Du Xiaofu wanted to bring his sixth Uncle Master to the Heavenly Mountain. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. His sixth Uncle Master was injured, and it wasn't safe for him to go alone. Chapter 1905. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. After that, Du Xiaofu took out many pills and gave them to Domain Lord Zetian so that he could enter the desolate, ancient space to recover. Domain Lord Zetian didn't stand on ceremony. He took a few pills and put the rest into his Qinquan bag. Du Xiaofu didn't stay for long. He immediately got up and headed for the Heavenly Mountain. Dongli Qingqing's situation was still unclear, and it was still very dangerous. This made Du Xiaofu anxious. A famous expert. Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart as he made a mental note of the famous experts. More and more people appeared on the way to the Heavenly Mountain. Du Xiaofu used the disguised divine art to change his appearance. It wasn't because he was afraid of anything, but because he didn't want to attract attention. Along the way, there were also demonic beasts and many evil spirits. Many human and beast elites fought with the evil spirits and demonic beasts. There were casualties on both sides. However, the evil spirits and demonic beasts were still slightly inferior. It was just that no one dared to be careless. They were very careful along the way. Along the way, they came across a large ancient city where living beings gathered. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. The evil spirits and demonic beasts didn't dare to come close to such a place. They had never heard of demonic beasts or evil spirits attacking such a place. Du Xiaofu also followed the crowd into the city, preparing to gather some information. As expected, the entire city was filled with news about the Heavenly Mountain. The rumored Heavenly Mountain had appeared and alarmed many elites. Many great forces were also rushing over, afraid that they would miss this great opportunity. There are countless spirit herbs in the Heavenly Mountain. In these long years, it's rumored that there are spirit herbs that have already turned into demonic beasts There are also sacred herbs that only exist in legends. Eating them can allow one to step into the saint realm. Du Xiaofu used the disguised divine art to hide his appearance. He entered the ancient mottled city and heard all kinds of discussions about the heavenly Yu Mountain. Many living beings were in an uproar. Many supreme prodigies from the great forces are rushing over. Some elites who are searching for other mystery realms are also rushing over. I'm afraid this time there will be a fierce battle. Although the Heavenly Hermit Mountain has appeared, entering the Heavenly Hermit Mountain isn't an easy task. I hope that I can enter the Heavenly Yu Mountain and obtain the legendary sacred medicine. When the time comes, I'll be able to reach the heavens in a single bound and compete with the current generation's heaven's chosen martial artists. I'm afraid you won't get a share of the sacred medicine. You don't even have the qualifications to be a servant of those supreme geniuses from the major factions. Do you still want to compete for the sacred medicine? Du Xiaofu did not say anything. He listened to all kinds of news and secretly looked around. He wanted to see if there were any disciples of the desolate country in this small town. He also wanted to know if there were any news about Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Xingxing. This is an ancient map related to the secrets of the Heavenly Yu Mountain. The Heavenly Devil Battlefield is where the inheritances are distributed and where the demons gather. Don't miss this opportunity. There were many hawking voices in the town. It was noisy and lively, attracting the attention of many people. However, Du Xiaofu did not even look at them. He knew that they were fake. It could only be said that some cultivators were really good at doing business. However, those true experts would not be fooled. So many experts. Du Xiaofu walked through the streets and alleys. He felt the aura of many experts. There were beasts, humans, and demons. Among them, there were many familiar auras. They should be the bloodline disciples of those familiar races. All of a sudden, an 8-winged giant python soared into the sky. Its entire body was a bright and resplendent cyan color, as if it was a flowing crystal. Heavens, that's an 8-winged green crystal python. Someone exclaimed softly. That was the 8-winged green crystal python that was rumored to have disappeared. It was also an expert. The colorful and beautiful 8-winged green crystal python landed in the town and turned into a beautiful woman in a long green dress. Her face was enchanting and her figure was alluring. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, it's the famous martial artist Hui Yuan. Suddenly, such news spread, and the whole street was in an uproar. There were too many experts here. Du Xiaofu did not use the power of his primordial spirit to spy on them. On the street ahead, he saw many figures arrogantly walking over. They had extraordinary figures and outstanding temperaments. At the front was a young man in a long robe. His face was angular, and there was a terrifying aura rippling from his body. He was filled with absolute strength and danger. There was also a pressure that could not be provoked. Hui Yuan of the famous martial artist. Du Xiaofu remembered that this young man in a long robe was Hui Yuan, the lesser martial artist of the famous martial artist. He was the true number one of the younger generation of the famous martial artist, the bloodline soul of the Tiger clan. Back then, Du Xiaofu fought with Hui Yuan in the divine domain and severely injured him. Before entering the martial artist's tomb, this person's cultivation was at the Nirvana realm. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt the aura from Hui Yuan's body. There was actually the aura of a Nirvana realm expert leaking out. It seemed that even if Hui Yuan had obtained great benefits in the martial artist's tomb, the famous martial artist must have invested a lot in him. He's Hui Yuan. So handsome. Handsome. The appearance of such a young martial artist, and the number one of the younger generation of the famous martial artist, immediately attracted the attention of many women. It's said that the famous martial artist is pursuing a person called Dongli Qingqing. She seems to be a Nirvana realm expert as well. That Dongli Qingqing is from the Great Luan sect of the Middle State. She's the woman of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. What? The woman of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? Is the famous martial artist going to war with the desolate country? Du Xiaofu finally heard the news about Dongli Qingqing. He immediately probed with his mind, and a light flashed across his eyes. That Dongli Qingqing is also very strong. Many experts of the famous martial artist have besieged her several times, but she still managed to escape. I heard that Dongli Qingqing might be nearby. I guess this Hui Yuan came here for Dongli Qingqing other than the Heavenly Mountain. Hearing some of the discussions in the city, Du Xiaofu felt a little relieved. At least the famous martial artist couldn't do anything to Dongli Qingqing yet. Famous martial artist. Looking at the group of people from the famous martial artist, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a meaningful light. He had completely remembered the famous martial artist. However, Du Xiaofu didn't immediately make a move. It wasn't that he was afraid of becoming enemies with the famous martial artist, but that only the famous martial artist knew the whereabouts of Dongli Qingqing. Those who followed the famous martial artist might be able to find Dongli Qingqing immediately. At the very least, they could find her at the same time as the famous martial artist. This Hui Yuan should be the main force to deal with Dongli Qingqing. Qingqing, I'm here. Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart. He felt very guilty. All these years, not only had he been unfilial to his master, he had also let down the women around him. Dongli Qingqing, Su Muxin, and Ouyang Shuang. He had let down none of them. The people from the Taoist school are also here. That's the young supreme martial artist of the Taoist school, Su Yangzi. The small city was in an uproar again. Groups of figures appeared on the streets, and their auras were very powerful. Walking in front was a young man in a yellow Taoist robe. He had a handsome face and a gentle temperament. However, the aura on his body was enough to make people tremble for no reason. It's that guy. How could Du Xiaofu not recognize this person? It was Su Yangzi of the Taoist school. There were many familiar figures around him, such as Guan, Lianin, Su Lingzi, and so on. The arrival of a supreme martial artist from one of the 9 great families made the small city lively. Du Xiaofu didn't recognize the people from the Taoist school. He only secretly paid attention to the people from the famous martial artist. However, the people from the famous martial artist didn't seem to leave even once. After finding a courtyard, they didn't come out again. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on a street corner, not far away. This small city was already full of people, and there were cultivators resting everywhere. However, not many people could find a place to stay in this small city with the power of the famous martial artist. However, the small city was not calm. After a few hours, there was a bright light, and a Buddhist aura appeared. Many novice monks and bald monks appeared. Some of the monks at the front had 9 shining rings on their heads. Han Luin, 9-fold spirit. Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged on the street corner, opened his eyes and saw a young monk in a golden cassock. Beside him was a familiar figure. It was Han Luin of the Taoist school and 9-fold spirit. A genius from the immemorial gold-devouring rat clan is here. Heavens! That's the descendant of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong, another supreme martial artist. The small city was in an uproar. Many experts entered and stayed in the small city. Among them, there were 8 beautiful maids who came with a man in white, causing the biggest uproar. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes again. There was a flash of light in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had seen that guy. These experts, geniuses, and supreme martial artists appeared one after another. Then, they all looked for a place to rest. They seemed to have been in a hurry and were tired. They wanted to stay in this small city and gather some information. Those are people from the desolate country. Just like this, a few more hours passed. When such a commotion entered his ears, Du Xiaofu's slightly closed eyes immediately opened. At the end of the street, there was a commotion. Many figures were emitting a powerful aura. These figures were familiar to Du Xiaofu. At the front was a charming woman. She had a face that could topple countries and cities, and her eyes were always smiling. Her black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, and it reached her soft waist and buttocks. She was enchanting and graceful, and also holy and noble. On the left and right of this charming woman, there was a man in a black robe with dark eyes and a man in green clothes with a green pattern on the outside. The man's robe fluttered in the wind, and his shoulder-length hair danced in the wind. He had a fierce aura. Little Green, Little Tiger, Mo Tian Xiao. When these people appeared, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. However, he did not show himself. He suppressed the fluctuation in his heart and quietly watched from afar. Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger from the Desolate Country. That is the sister and mount of the Demon King. There is also Heavenly Wolf, Mo Tian Xiao. He has joined the Desolate Country and has a very high status there. He is also a terrifying supreme martial artist. The appearance of the Desolate Country's people will cause a commotion no less than the arrival of any supreme martial artist. There are experts coming. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked outside the city. There were some living beings flying over, but in the distant void, there was a very powerful aura approaching. The strength of the aura was extraordinary. It was not restrained at all, and it made Du Xiaofu's expression change. Chapter 1906. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. There was far more than one powerful aura. Du Xiaofu also felt a sense of déjà vu, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, from the distant void outside the small city, a number of rainbow-colored figures descended, bringing with them the sound of wind whistling through the air. Boom! The first two figures were as fast as lightning, ignoring the broken and mottled city walls as they hovered in the air. Their auras were vast, shaking the entire city. For gazes swept across the city like lightning. The first figure was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. His appearance was very ordinary, but that inexplicable aura and presence was enough to make anyone revere and look up to him. It's him. When he saw this middle-aged man, Du Xiaofu's calm eyes suddenly fluctuated violently. A chill involuntarily surged out of his body, but he immediately suppressed it. How could Du Xiaofu forget this middle-aged man? This was the old supremacy of legalism. Beneath his sanctimonious appearance, he was actually the most shameless and despicable person of all. Dragons! At this moment, there was another middle-aged man beside the old supremacy of legalism, causing Du Xiaofu's brows to twitch slightly. The aura of dragons rippled unreservedly from this middle-aged man, causing all the beasts in the small city to tremble. This middle-aged man and the old supremacy of legalism stood side by side, their gazes like lightning as they searched for something in the city. These two people did not hide their auras too much at this moment. These were two terrifying existences who could move unhindered in the world. However, Du Xiaofu was not too concerned. Whether it was the old supremacy of legalism or that dragon's expert, they were not as strong as Longtongue. Although these two people were strong, Du Xiaofu did not feel any pressure at this moment. However, Du Xiaofu resisted the urge to make a move. He did not want to expose his identity and follow the famous family to Dongli Qingqing. They're looking for someone. Du Xiaofu stared at the old reverend and the expert from the dragon race. The two of them didn't restrain their auras and were scanning the area from a low altitude. They were clearly searching for something. Du Xiaofu was worried that the two of them were looking for the Desolate Country's people. With the strength of Mo Tianxiao, Little Tiger Du, and Du Xiaoqing, it would be difficult for them to resist the old Great Lord and the dragons. They would pay a huge price. Whoosh, whoosh! The old lord of legalism and the middle-aged man from the dragons were clearly not alone. Behind them, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Many figures had also arrived and stopped behind them. Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures, some of the dragons and legalism elders, and even Elder Long Bao from the dragons were among them. When he encountered Long Bao and Long Bao in the beast region, Du Xiaofu had to risk his life. However, when he saw Long Bao and Long Bao again, Du Xiaofu only glanced at them indifferently and did not pay any attention to them. However, when he saw these two people, Du Xiaofu wanted to thank these two dragons' elders for inadvertently handing over one of the Xian Huang for elephant seal in exchange for dragon fifth. Otherwise, he would not have known where to find that seal. It's the experts from the dragons and legalism. When such experts arrived in the small city, some people with good eyesight recognized them. Immediately, the streets and alleys of the small city were in an uproar. Those auras were not hidden at all. They were so oppressive that they could not breathe. Their xian qi stagnated and their bodies trembled. Such powerful auras also alarmed Hui Yuan, Lian Qingrong, Su Yangzi, Heng Luin, Zhu Xingling, and the other supreme geniuses who had entered the city to rest. They all came out. In a building, the beautiful 8-winged green crystal python, who had transformed into a woman in a green dress, also looked at the sky. She studied the people from the school of legalism and the dragon clan with her enchanting face. Her green eyes were enchanting and calm. The desolate nation. Soon, the old sovereign of legalism saw Mo Tianshao, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he could not help but shoot out coldly. When the other elders and experts from the legalism and dragons saw Du Xiaoqing and the other desolate nation disciples, their expressions immediately turned cold. The enmity between the desolate nation and the legalism had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. There was no need for words. Sensing the gazes from the old sovereign of legalism, Mo Tianshao, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger's expressions darkened. With so many experts and the old sovereign of legalism present, the desolate nation would definitely be at a disadvantage if they fought. They would have to pay a huge price. Could it be that the dragons and legalism are here for the desolate nation? I'm afraid a bloody battle is unavoidable. The experts from the dragon clan and the legalism school had come, and the people from the barren country were also present. Some people in the small city had already noticed that something was amiss. It was likely that so many experts from the dragon clan and the legalism school had come for the people from the barren country. As for the enmity between the desolate nation and the legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal, it had already spread throughout the world. There were probably not many people who did not know about it. Su Yangzi and the rest of the people from the Taoist sect were also secretly focused when they saw the scene. The desolate nation's lineup was clearly not their match. Once the battle started, the Taoist sect would have to make a choice. Although the Taoist sect had always had a good relationship with the desolate nation, they had not officially made a clear choice. This choice was probably difficult for the Taoist disciples present to make. Lian Qingrong's expression also changed. Once the battle started, the desolate nation would definitely be at a disadvantage. At that time, he would have no choice but to reveal his identity. The atmosphere in the small city suddenly became tense. The air froze, and the living beings trembled. Du Xiaofu's eyes fluctuated. Once the legalism and dragons made a move against the desolate nation, he would have no choice but to take action. Boom! Suddenly, in this tense atmosphere, an exceptionally terrifying aura fluctuated from the distant sky. In an instant, a dazzling golden light spread from afar in the air. The dazzling golden light made it difficult for the living beings in the small city to open their eyes and look directly at it. When the aura and dazzling golden light spread from the sky, the experts from the dragons and the old sovereign of legalism immediately changed their expressions and looked askance. Whoosh, whoosh, as the golden light appeared. The sound of the wind breaking was heard. Rumble. Immediately after, in the distant sky of the small city, rays of golden light fell from the sky like thunder from the 9 heavens. Dozens of tall and majestic golden figures walked out from the golden light. The golden light converged like the sun setting in the west. The dozens of figures filled the square with majestic aura. releasing a domineering pressure. As the dozen or so figures descended at this moment, a smile immediately appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. The blood in his body secretly boiled and fluctuated. "It's the Golden-Winged Rock clan," someone exclaimed softly. Suddenly, the small city was stunned. Many people's eyes trembled violently. That domineering and majestic aura, the terrifying pressure of a supreme beast, was even more powerful than that of the dragons. It was the Golden-Winged Rock clan. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was extremely familiar with the dozen or so figures that appeared above the small city. The fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu, and the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, were among them, as well as many disciples of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. There were 3 figures in the lead. On the left and right were 2 old men with white eyebrows and beard. One of them looked old, wore a scholarly robe, and had golden eyes. It was the second elder and the third elder. At the center was a young man who wore a wide yellow robe with gold trimmings. He stood silently at a low altitude, and he seemed like a piece of flawless jade. He possessed an extraordinarily handsome appearance and extraordinary charm, and he even imperceptibly emanated an overbearing aura. The kind of aura had nothing to do with cultivation strength. It faintly suppressed Lian Qingrong, Mo Tianshao, Suyangzi, and Hui Yuan. He is Jialo Juyu, the supreme being of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Someone recognized Jialo Juyu. Such a young man was the supreme being of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. He had already left a great reputation in the world. However, at this moment, when the Golden-Winged Rock clan arrived, along with the second elder, the third elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder of the older generation, the legalism clan lord and the expert from the Dragon's clan could not help but look a little unnatural. "Greetings to the elders." When Du Shaoqing and the others saw the Golden-Winged Rock clan arrive, a smile immediately bloomed on their solemn faces. They recovered their beautiful smiles and bowed. There was no need to be polite with the Golden-Winged Rock clan and the desolate country. Everyone knew that they were practically family. There were people who dared to attack the desolate country, but not many people dared to attack the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Even though the Golden-Winged Rock clan had been on the same side as the desolate country all these years, no one dared to openly attack the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Seeing the Golden-Winged Rock clan arrive, Suyangzi, Lian Qingrong, and the others also secretly relaxed. The corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. They were all intentionally or unintentionally looking at the unnatural faces of the Legalism clan and the Dragon's clan. Jialo, Juyu's gaze, swept across the tense little city. When he saw the Legalism clan, the Dragon's clan, and the people from the desolate country, he immediately knew what was going on. "Little Qing, you guys are here too." With a leap, Jialo Juyu's charming figure appeared beside Mo Tianshao and Du Shaoqing. An invisible aura fluctuated, and the surrounding space silently distorted. A pressure quietly spread out. It was obvious that he was secretly targeting the Legalism clan and the Dragon's clan. "Little Qing, did someone bully you?" The second elder's aura was calm as he stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, swept across the formation of the Dragon's clan and the Legalism clan. He was unreasonably domineering. "Not yet. We just arrived." Little Qing smiled faintly. Her face was like the epiphyllum of the world. Her beautiful smile was enchanting and holy. Over the years, she had lost some of her youthfulness and gained a kind of maturity. "That's good. Otherwise, I'll slap them to death." The third elder said. His eyes shone with golden light. His temper was much worse than the second elder's. Then, more than 10 experts from the Golden-Winged Rock clan landed in the desolate country's formation. The surrounding people looked at each other. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, with the arrival of the experts from the Golden-Winged Rock clan, the situation immediately changed. Chapter 1907. Hearing the second elder and the third elder of the Golden-Winged Great Rocks, The eyes of the legalism High Lord and the middle-aged expert of the dragons twitched. Originally, they had an absolute chance of winning against the desolate country. However, with so many powerful cultivators from the golden-winged Great Pung Bird clan joining the fray, there was probably no hope at all. Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, stop making oblique accusations. The golden-winged great rocks are still unable to cover the sky with one hand. This world is not the ancient times. The old great lord spoke to the great golden-winged Pung bird race. Even with his temper, he could not endure such words. Han Kei, if you're not convinced, I'll spar with you. Anyway, I've long disliked your legalism. Some things have to be settled sooner or later. Let's collect some interest today. The second elder directly picked on the old patriarch of the legalism family. He was just short of pointing at his nose and scolding him. The enmity between the legalism family and the junior patriarch was clearly against the golden-winged great rocks as well. If it were not for some other concerns, the golden-winged great rocks would have lost their patience long ago. Now that the heavenly devil battlefield had opened, some of the restraints and apprehensions of the major clans and races would slowly disappear. Looking at the second elder of the golden-winged great rocks, the old High Lord of legalism really didn't dare to casually make a move. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he definitely didn't have any confidence. Moreover, the golden-winged great rocks had the advantage in numbers. There were also Taoists, Buddhists, and other famous people. Humph! Do the golden-winged great rocks really think they're invincible? The middle-aged dragon's expert couldn't help but ask. The dragons and the golden-winged rocks had a grudge since ancient times. The third elder looked at the middle-aged dragons with a golden light in his eyes. You must be Long Tongue's grandson, Long Ming. I heard that you're also a half-step Nirvana supremacy, but not long ago, Long Tongue was killed by our young clan leader. As a grandson, you're really filial, wanting to accompany your grandfather so soon. The news of Du Xiaofu killing Long Ting not long ago had spread, and it was immediately known to all major factions. The golden-winged rocks had also heard of it. However, not everyone knew about this news. When the third elder said this, the entire city was stunned. The Devil King, Du Xiaofu, had appeared in the heavenly devil battlefield and had even killed the dragon clan's ancestor, Long Tongue. This news was no different from a bomb that struck everyone present who didn't know, causing them to be flabbergasted. Long Tongue's grandson, Du Xiaofu, secretly sized up Long Ming. Long Tongue's grandson had a very strong aura. He was a half-step Nirvana supremacy, which proved that his talent was extraordinary. His aura wasn't any weaker than the legalism supremacy. After hearing the third elder's words, Du Xiaofu knew that the second elder was called Jialo Guanyu, while the third elder was called Jialo Zhiheng. As for the legalism supremacy, he should be called Han Kei Feng. He really lived up to his name, very wicked. At this moment, the middle-aged man called Long Ming's face was as cold as frost. He was extremely gloomy as he glared fiercely at the third elder of the golden-winged great rocks. Long Ming was Long Tongue's grandson. His grandfather had been killed by Du Xiaofu, so he had naturally received the news. Just now, he had wanted to settle the score with the people from the desolate country. Who knew that the people from the golden-winged rock clan would suddenly come as well? But now that his grandfather had been killed, one could imagine how Long Ming felt. He couldn't bear it. Business is more important. Bear with it for a while. There will be a chance to settle the score. Sensing Long Ming's aura, Han Kuai-yo was someone who had lived for thousands of years after all. Her mental state and temperament were not ordinary. She transmitted her voice to Long Ming. If they were to start a war with the desolate country and the great golden-winged rocks, they would not be able to gain any advantage. The Taoist sect was close to the desolate country, and the Buddhist sect was also present. They had to be careful. This debt will be repaid in double. Long Ming said in a deep voice. His gaze was filled with meaning, but he held it back after Han Yuanshan transmitted his voice. He understood the situation very well. If they were to fight, they wouldn't gain any advantage. Humph. Jialo Guanyu and Jialo Zhiheng could only watch helplessly as Long Ming and the others showed no signs of fighting. Although they weren't afraid of the dragons and the legalism, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. If they were to fight, even if they could wipe out 1,000 enemies, they would suffer great losses. Long Ming and Han Ke-fong weren't easy to deal with either. Today's matter has nothing to do with others. The legalism and the dragons are here for other matters. Those who have nothing to do with it, please step back. Han Ke-fong said, his voice echoing throughout the city. Not for the desolate country. Du Xiaofu looked at Han Yuanshan, who was flying low in the sky. He had thought that the legalism and the dragons were here for the desolate country. But now, it seemed that Han Ke-fong and the dragons were here for other matters and other people. The dragons and the legalism aren't here for the desolate country. The small city was in an uproar. Some people were surprised, but no one wanted to be implicated, and they all retreated. But the Buddhists' famous scholars Lien Qingrong, the desolate country, the golden-winged great rocks, and the Taoists didn't make any moves. They just watched the legalism and the dragons' actions quietly. In just a few breaths, the streets and alleys around the small city were emptied. All the living creatures retreated, not wanting to be implicated and suffer an unexpected calamity. Han Ke-fong looked down at the sky, searching for something. His eyes were like lightning and his face was gloomy. Coupled with the provocation he had just received, his voice was cold and gloomy. Come out, you can't escape. I'm sure you're here. Why struggle pointlessly? His voice echoed in every corner of the small city and fell into everyone's ears. Who are the legalism and the dragons looking for? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows inwardly. Someone who could make the legalism, Han Ke-fong, and the dragons pursue together couldn't be simple. The moment Han Ke-feng's voice fell, the entire city looked at each other, but there was no reaction. It's just a pointless struggle. Do you like to hide? Let's see how long you can hide. Han Ke-fong snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, several rays of light appeared in his palm, like electric arcs. In the end, they shot out from his palm and flew down toward the small city. The dazzling rays of light flashed like spirit snakes in the surrounding crowd, causing panic and fear to surge out of many living creatures. However, no one dared to stop them, afraid that they would provoke the legalism and the dragons. And these spirit, snake-like rays of light didn't cause any harm to anyone. As if they were searching for something, they constantly flew through the crowd. In the end, the rays of light finally stopped in front of a thin figure that had been deliberately hiding in the crowd. With a trembling sound, the rays of light shone brightly, as if they were about to transform into several sharp arrows, and a terrifying aura began to spread out. Whoosh! At this moment, the thin figure's robe suddenly shook, and an invisible wave of air rushed out. A powerful aura surged out, distorting the void and shattering the spirit, snake-like rays of light. Chapter 1908. Swish Swish. In that instant, everyone's gazes landed on the thin figure. The thin figure's clothes were not ostentatious, but he was always shrouded in a black robe. The aura on his body rippled, but it was very ordinary. It was impossible to detect anything special about him in the entire city. However, at this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on this person. They all knew that this was the person who had provoked the legalism, Han Ke, and Long Ming to join forces to hunt him down. Kiki. When the thin figure shattered the several rays of light, Han Ke immediately sneered in the air. Long Ming and the rest also had cold looks in their eyes. Waves of aura spread out from the void, solidifying in the entire city and enveloping the sky. Swish, swish. The people around the skinny, black-robed figure immediately retreated. They dared not stand beside him at all. The The school of legalism and the dragon clan had come for him. So standing beside him right now was equivalent to courting death, without a doubt. Once they were affected, they would not even be able to put up any resistance. Seems familiar. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he stared at the hidden figure. His sharp yuan spirit detected a familiar aura from the figure's body when he carefully probed. Han Kei sneered, looking at the black-robed figure as he said in a low voice, "You can't hide. You will die today." The thin black-robed figure lowered his head slightly as he looked at the retreating figures around him. Suddenly he shouted in a low voice, "If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price in blood. Let's see who dies first." As he shouted, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly surged out from his body. His black robe was torn to shreds as his aura swept out and soared into the sky. Such an aura caused the surrounding living beings to tremble. This person was definitely not weak. He was probably not much weaker than Han Kuo-ying and Long Ming. The expressions of the surrounding spectators changed. The black robe around the figure was torn to shreds, revealing a man in a dark red robe. The hood of the robe covered half of his head. He raised his head slightly to look at Han Kuo-ying and Long Ming in the air. His face was chiseled and his body was surrounded by a baleful aura. His dark and deep icy eyes were filled with a sharp and profound gaze. It's him. When this person appeared, many of the gazes in the crowd changed in shock. This was especially true for Jialo Jiuyu, Su Yangzi, Hung Luan, Ninefold Spirit, Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Mo Tianxiao, Lien Qingrong, and the others. Heaven Fiend, Lonely Sky Howl. Du Xiaofu, who was in the crowd, was stunned when he saw the man with sharp eyes and a murderous aura. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu. It was this guy. Sigh, what a pitiful guy. After the astonishment on the faces of Lonely Sky Howl, Jialo Jiuyu, Lien Qingrong, and the others faded, they looked at Lonely Sky Howl and felt their hearts ache. No wonder the legalism's Han Kuo-ying and the dragons came to hunt this guy down. They were the ones who knew the reason the best. It's Heaven Fiend Yelu Han. No wonder Han Kuo-ying and Long Ming came. Su Yangzi, Hung Luan, and Hui Yuan's expressions changed when they saw the man in the dark red robe surrounded by a baleful aura. They more or less knew the reason. Su Yangzi, Hung Luan, and Hui Yuan were all present in the God Domain. Back in the God Domain, Heaven Fiend Yelu Han and Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao had teamed up with Legalism's Qin Wudi, School of Vertical and Horizontal's Gongsun Wuji, and the Dragon's Long San to deal with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Later on, everyone found out that it was Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao and Heaven Fiend Yelu Han's plan. In truth, those two had been working with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, for a long time. They had told the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, about Gongsun Wuji, Long San, Qin Wudi, and the others' weaknesses. Only then did the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, kill them on the spot. Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, and the others had been killed. The fall of the sovereigns caused the legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal to suffer disastrous losses. Later on, Mo Tianxiao appeared in the desolate nation. He held a high position and was below only one person. This made everyone even more certain that Mo Tianxiao and Heaven Fiend Yelu Han had teamed up a long time ago. Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, and the others had been working together for dozens of years and possessed peerless talent, but in the end they had fallen at the hands of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Heaven Fiend Yelu Han is from the desolate nation, right? Of course. In the divine domain, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, personally admitted that Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao had arrived in the desolate nation a long time ago. It said that back in the divine domain, Heaven Fiend Yelu Han secretly helped the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, kill Gongsun Wuji, Qin Wudi, and Long San, these peerless talents. No wonder the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons have been searching for Heaven Fiend Yelu Han. Discussions broke out all around. The matter of the divine domain had long since spread. In the heavenly devil battlefield, The school of vertical and horizontal dragons and legalism had also been searching for Heaven Fiend Yeluhan, causing a huge commotion. However, when Yeluhan heard these discussions, his chiseled face twitched a little, and his expression became very unnatural. To Yeluhan, he was the only one who knew what had happened. How could he be in cahoots with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? It was clear that after being ruthlessly ravaged by Du Xiaofu, he had been tricked. Thinking back to that time, Yeluhan still had lingering fears. Du Xiaofu was too cruel. He had almost been torn apart by him. Every time Yeluhan recalled how he had been tricked, he would gnash his teeth in hatred. Ever since he had left the divine domain, he had been hiding all over the place, afraid that the legalists would find him. After entering the heavenly devil battlefield, Yeluhan had been even more careful. However, he still couldn't escape the pursuit of the dragons and school of vertical and horizontal. His whereabouts had been exposed, and he had been chased all the way here. Listening to the discussions around him, Yeluhan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was filled with hatred. But to Han Ke, Long Ming, and the other dragons and legalism disciples, it was as if they had been slapped in the face. One could imagine how they felt. Yeluhan, today I will definitely turn your bones to dust. Long Ming was furious. He had been suppressing his anger, and now he had found a place to vent it. I'll say it again. The deaths of Long San, Qin Wudi, and Gong Sun Wuji have nothing to do with me. Yeluhan shouted. He wasn't afraid, but he was still suppressing his anger. He had been tricked by that bastard Du Xiaofu. Yeluhan, do you think we're fools? If you really joined forces with Qin Wudi and Gong Sun Wuji, why didn't the Demon King kill you in the end? I once escaped a calamity because that bastard Du Xiaofu called you brother and gave you heavenly treasures to heal your injuries. You even drank Long San's dragon bone soup. Now you're saying that you have nothing to do with Du Xiaofu? Is that even possible? A thin, middle-aged man walked out from the legalism group, his eyes shining with a dazzling light. He had hidden in the crowd to avoid a calamity, and he had personally seen Yeluhan and the Demon King call each other brother. You dare to touch a disciple of the dragons? Unforgivable. Long Ming was furious, and his shout was like a dragon's roar. Long San had been stewed and eaten. This was a blatant provocation to the dragons. You're the bastard. All of you legalism are bastards, said Du Xiaoqing. She glared at the middle-aged man from the legalism group who had just spoken. She couldn't tolerate anyone insulting her brother. Looking at Yeluhan, Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Zhao's eyes lit up. Then he smiled and said to Heavenly Demon Yeluhan warmly, Brother Yelu, there's no need to waste words with them. Although you didn't join the barren country, we did that together. As long as you say the word, the barren country will stand behind you. They can't do anything to you. When Mo Tian Zhao's voice faded, Yeluhan's angular face became even more gloomy. At that moment, it was as if a herd of strange beasts were galloping through his heart. Sure enough, they were together. It seems like only Mo Tian Zhao joined the barren country, and Yeluhan didn't. Everyone started discussing again. Mo Tian Zhao had personally admitted it. So what happened back then couldn't be fake. This guy, what a ruthless attack. Lian Qingrong, Jialo Juyu, and the others couldn't help but glance at Mo Tian Zhao. They didn't think that this guy would be so ruthless. At this time, it was no doubt adding fuel to the fire and ruthlessly attacking Yeluhan. Yeluhan probably wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Long Ming, Han Keifeng, and the others had gloomy expressions. There was no need to say more about their enmity with the barren country. With Jialo Guanyu and the others from the golden-winged Great Peng clan, they wouldn't be able to deal with Du Xiaoqing and Mo Tian Zhao today. However, if the barren country interfered in Yeluhan's matter today, they would be unable to deal with Yeluhan, who they had spent a lot of effort to find. As for Yeluhan, Han Keifeng and the others also suspected that there was a problem. Maybe it was Du Xiaofu who had deliberately set up a trap. After all, they weren't fools. However, Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao had joined the barren country, while someone like Yelu Han hadn't been killed by Du Xiaofu. This was undoubtedly a huge problem for the barren country. Also, at the Sovereign Tomb Square, there were people from the School of Legalism who had personally seen Yelu Han and the Demon King calling each other brothers. Han Ke Feng couldn't help but believe it. Heavenly Demon Yelu Han had probably betrayed Qin Wudi and Gong Sun Wuji in order to obtain some great benefits. If this person didn't die, then the School of Legalism and the others would lose all face. They still couldn't deal with the barren country. But if they couldn't kill Yelu Han today, then the School of Legalism and the dragons would really fall. As for Long Ming and the other dragons, just the fact that Yelu Han had drunk Long San's dragon bone soup was enough to make the dragons want to kill Yelu Han no matter what. Mo Tian Xiao smiled faintly. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, he knew that the effect was what he wanted. However, in Mo Tian Zhao's heart, he didn't want to plot against Yelu Han. Not only did he not have any ill intentions towards Yelu Han, he even had some feelings for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have walked together with Yelu Han back then. At this moment, Yelu Han's situation was already very clear. He was most likely doomed. Chapter 1909. After interacting with Du Xiaofu for so long, Mo Tian Xiao could more or less guess why Du Xiaofu had let Yelu Han go. Most likely, the Demon King was fond of Yelu Han and wanted to recruit him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such arrangements. Thus, Mo Tian Xiao had just spoken, hoping to add fuel to the fire and make Yelu Han choose to join the desolate nation in this time of crisis. With the golden-winged great rocks present, Han Ke Yao, Long Ming, and the others wouldn't be able to do anything today. Mo Tian Xiao will settle our debts in the future. I'm not done with you. But Mo Tian Zhao's plan didn't go as he wished. Yelu Han didn't seem to appreciate his kindness. He turned around and fiercely shouted at Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao. To Yelu Han, this was clearly Mo Tian Xiao stabbing him in the back. Not to mention, he wouldn't be willing to join the desolate nation even if he was beaten to death. Back then, he had been ruthlessly ravaged by Du Xiaofu and had been forced to hide like a stray dog. This was a deep-seated hatred. Not to mention, he was Yelu Han. He had his own pride and had his own ancient sect. How could he join the desolate nation? If you want to fight, then come. I'll take it all. Let's see if you can really kill me. Yelu Han raised his head and looked at Han Ke Yao and Long Ming. He wouldn't explain any further because he was Yelu Han, a supreme being. In his generation, the number of peers who could make him respect them could be counted on one hand. And those who could make him regard them as important couldn't be more than two. Heavenly Demon Yelu Han. This name was his pride and arrogance. Boom! When these words fell, Yelu Han's sharp eyes opened and closed. The wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed color. At the same time, Yelu Han's eyes lit up, as if they contained two seas of blood. A terrifying light shot out, and a majestic sea of baleful aura appeared around him. It was filled with runes, revealing a dazzling light that shook one's soul. This aura surged, shaking the entire area. Jialo Juyu, Su Yangzi, Yelu Han, Hung Luan, Mo Tian Xiao, and the others were all moved. Heavenly Demon Yelu Han's talent was definitely not below theirs. He was a nirvana supreme being. What a strong, baleful aura. What a strong strength. Demon Yelu Han is very frightening. Compared to Qin Wudi of legalism and Gong Sun Wuji of the school of vertical and horizontal, he is absolutely on par. Yi Lui Han was an extremely strong Zun cultivator. There weren't many Zun cultivators in the world who could compete with him. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Han Ke suddenly spoke with a gloomy expression. His voice was loud and clear and shook the void. At this moment, Yelu Han didn't want the desolate country to interfere, which was exactly what Han Ke wanted. He didn't want to create more problems and miss out on such an opportunity. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from Han Kei's body. Dazzling runes filled the sky as if a god was descending to the world. A fist imprint accompanied by a powerful force directly smashed down, this fist imbued with the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, Han Kei's cultivation level wasn't ordinary. Yellow Han didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, his baleful aura soared to the sky. He didn't hold back at all. Faint cries of ghosts and gods could be heard. A vast power surged out and collided with Han Kei's fist. Boom! Boom! There was a muffled sound as the void exploded. Multicolored light bloomed like fireworks. The surrounding streets cracked, ancient walls collapsed, and buildings were destroyed. Boom! Boom! Yellow Han retreated on the ground. The ground under his feet exploded. He was secretly surprised. What a strange, baleful aura. In the air, Han Kei's body trembled as she retreated. The baleful chi from Yellow Han was extremely terrifying, able to invade both the body and the primordial spirit. For those at the same cultivation level, just the baleful chi alone was enough to cause them to suffer. Prepare to die. Long Ming interfered, following closely behind Han Kao as he lunged towards Yellow Han. Everywhere he passed by, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A violent surge of energy swept out in all directions as he punched out. Resplendent golden runes flickered in front of his fist, transforming into the phantom of a gigantic dragon. Roar! The dragon roared. Wherever the dragon phantom passed, space distorted to the point of collapse. Faint traces of pitch-black light could be seen as it instantly arrived in front of Yellow Han. Humph! Yellow Han snorted. His billowing, baleful aura intensified, distorting space as if it could affect the stability of space. Under this baleful aura, space trembled as if on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the heavenly fiend Yellow Han's body was also covered in layers of dark red talisman runes that seemed to be releasing endless fiendish energy. Without any hesitation, facing the combined forces of Han Kei and the dragon's Long Ming, Yellow Han activated his martial vein. His face became ferocious and baleful aura entered his body. He was like a demon, incomparably terrifying. What a terrifying, baleful aura. Humph! This baleful aura caused space to tremble. That baleful aura caused Mo Qingrong, Hung Luan, Suyangzi, and the others' scalps to tingle. Roar! With a shake of his arm, Yellow Han's hand seals condensed like lightning. Killing intent billowed out, covering the void. It transformed into a ferocious beast that cut through the void and collided with Long Ming's dragon shadow. Rumble! This collision brought about a destructive force. Baleful aura surged and dragon's might bloomed. It swept out in all directions, razing the surrounding area to the ground and turning it into ruins. Many living beings retreated. Mo Tianxiao, Suyangzi, Hung Luan, and the others had no choice but to retreat far away from the shockwaves. Even the dragons and legalists, with the exception of Han Kuoying and Long Ming, had all retreated. No one else had the strength to participate in this kind of battle. Master Domain, Reincarnation, Nirvana! As the crowd retreated, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. As the three of them attacked, nothing could escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. Han Kei was at the Master Domain. Although he couldn't compare to Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi, who were at the peak of the Master Domain, he was still at the Master Domain. As for Long Ming, who was at the half-step Nirvana stage, he was at the Reincarnation Nirvana stage. He seemed to have stepped into it not long ago, as his aura wasn't very stable. One was at the Master Domain, while the other was at the Reincarnation Nirvana stage. Moreover, they were both from the legalism and the dragons. Du Xiaofu began to worry for Yellow Han. Du Xiaofu knew exactly how strong Yellow Han was. Half-step Nirvana stage. However, Yellow Han's cultivation couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. He had surpassed the Nirvana stage, but had yet to truly enter the reincarnation nirvana stage. However, Yelu Han hadn't been at a disadvantage just now and had directly resisted Long Ming's attack. As a half-step nirvana stage cultivator, he had directly resisted Long Ming's true reincarnation stage cultivation. This was enough to prove that if they were at the same level, Yelu Han would have a complete victory. However, there was also the legalism's Han Ke, who was at the master domain. This caused Yelu Han's gaze to turn serious. Let's finish this quickly. Han Ke attacked again. He didn't linger for long. As the runes in the sky surged, they transformed into a dazzling giant palm. Boundless energy rumbled in the distorted space, carrying with it a terrifying momentum as it enveloped Yelu Han. This palm imprint was too terrifying. It descended from the sky, and as the wind and cloud surged, the small city began to collapse. The ground outside the city began to crack, and the surrounding creatures all trembled. They felt insignificant and were shaken by this. This move again? It's still not enough. This was Yelu Han's reply. He seemed to have already fought with Han Ke and understood some of Han Ke's techniques. Yelu Han attacked with his full strength. Surging murderous aura accompanied by the power of his martial veins instantly turned into a storm of murderous aura, causing pitch-black cracks to appear around him. It tore the space apart and blocked Han Ke's palm. A terrifying vortex of murderous aura surged, capable of shaking one's yuan spirit and invading one's physical body. Its power was enough to tear the sky apart. Bang, bang, bang! The murderous aura soared into the sky, devouring everything. Everything exploded and collapsed. Dust filled the sky as murderous aura surged in the air. At this moment, Yelu Han's half-step nirvana stage cultivation surged out. He forcefully blocked Han Ke's palm with a destructive force. Han Ju's gaze was gloomy. He was at the Overlord realm, yet he was actually unable to completely suppress Yelu Han. This terrifying, baleful aura was simply too strange and terrifying. He had to divide his attention to deal with the effects of the baleful aura, and his hands and feet were tied. This Yelu Han is really strong. At this moment, the elders of the great, golden-winged Pung bird clan secretly praised. A half-step nirvana stage cultivator resisting Han Ke's master domain cultivation was definitely powerful. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A dark golden dragon appeared in the sky. Its head couldn't be seen with a single glance. The dragon's scales shone brightly, and its might was impressive. The dragon's might swept through the sky, vast and terrifying. The space around the dragon's enormous body was also distorted. This was Long Ming's true body. The enormous dragon's body was as fast as lightning. As the dragon swooped down, its aura erupted and shook the surroundings. Roar! Long Ming roared. His dragon's eyes rippled with dense coldness. The dragon's might was intimidating. His enormous dragon tail swung, causing the space to explode and shatter, revealing a long space crack. He ruthlessly smashed towards Yelu Han's murderous aura vortex. Yelu Han's murderous aura vortex was barely resisting Han Ke's attack. A crack immediately appeared on it. Break! A dragon claw reached out. Dragon runes rushed out, and runes soared into the sky. The dragon raised its head, ferocious and terrifying. Another crack appeared on Yelu Han's murderous aura vortex. Sizzle! Under such an attack, Han Ke's terrifying hand seal completely destroyed Yelu Han's murderous aura vortex. The murderous aura shattered and rushed into the sky. Sizzle! Han Ke's figure directly appeared in front of Yelu Han. A hand seal slammed towards Yelu Han's chest. Yelu Han's expression changed. He retreated in a strange manner. His body seemed to be about to turn into murderous aura and become illusory. However, Yelu Han was a step too slow. Han Ke's hand seal avoided his chest, but it still landed on his shoulder. Immediately, a muffled sound rang out. Chapter 1910. Bang! Bang! Yalu Han spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a cannon, he smashed into the broken city wall below, sending rubble flying everywhere. The ground rumbled and cracked. Yi Lui Han seems to have been injured. Someone noticed. Someone saw some clues. Heavenly fiend Yalu Han was already injured, and now he was being attacked by Han Juing and Long Ming. Today he was probably doomed. Trying to escape again. Bang! Just as Yalu Han's body was about to crash into the ground, Han Ke shouted coldly and waved his hand. Energy runes shone brightly and turned into a sharp energy sword that slashed towards the ground not far away. Crack! Bang! The ground cracked and trembled. A huge gully appeared, as if an earthquake had occurred. Bang! Bang! A figure rushed out with a baleful aura. It was Yalu Han. He wanted to use this chance to escape, but Han Ju was on guard and didn't succeed. Roar! Long Ming's body circled in the air. Han Ju's robes fluttered as he stood in the air, facing Long Ming. They surrounded Yalu Han, one from the front and one from the back. Yalu Han stood in the air, his eyes cold as he stared at Han Ju and Long Ming. He waved his sleeve to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, making him look even more ferocious. Mo Tian Zhao's gaze wavered. He didn't want to see Yalu Han forced to this point. He wanted to lend him a hand, but Yalu Han didn't seem to appreciate it. Clenching his fists, Mo Tian Zhao pondered whether or not he should just stand by and watch. After all, he had once allied with Yalu Han. Yalu Han, you have nowhere to run today. You dare to touch my legalism? You're dead. Bang! Han Ju's expression was cold, killing intent surging in his eyes. Come on, I'll accompany you to the end. Bang! Yalu Han shouted. The seriousness on his face was gone, replaced by malevolence. The baleful aura around him dimmed. What do you have to fight us? With your last bloodline soul? Long Ming coldly sneered. He knew that Yalu Han still had his last meridian spirit. It was a sea of baleful qi extraordinary. Yalu Han was also an earth meridian spirit. Try it and you'll know. Yalu Han shouted coldly. Long Ming and Han Ke started to close in on Yi Lui Han, one from the front and one from the back. They're really shameless, 2 against 1, and yet they talk about it in such a dignified manner. Legalism and dragons. Have they become accustomed to being shameless? Suddenly, just as the atmosphere was incomparably tense and was about to erupt again, such a faint voice reverberated in the surroundings without any warning. Everyone froze, looking for the person who spoke, who dared to provoke the dragons and legalism. Han Ke-ing and Long Ming, who were just about to attack, paused when they heard these words. Their eyes were very gloomy. Who is being impudent? Get out here. Get out. Among the disciples of the legalism elders who had retreated, an old man shouted furiously. This was clearly a slap to the faces of legalism and dragons. Do all legalism people know how to get out? Why don't you try? I'll learn from you. Get out. As soon as the voice fell, a man walked out from the crowd. He was wearing a clean gray robe, and although he couldn't be considered handsome, he was still very pleasing to the eye. He had shoulder-length purple hair that added to his heroic spirit. His eyes glowed, and he gave off an invisible aura that couldn't be underestimated. Such a person didn't hide or show off, so he didn't attract much attention in the heavenly devil battlefield. You're tired of living. Get out. The old man from the school of legalism did not want to say anything else. He did not hide his killing intent at all, and with a shake of his arm, a stream of energy shot through the air from his palm. It seemed to tear through space as it shot towards the purple-haired man. He wanted to kill him on the spot. Bang! Bang! The energy beam hit the ground, and the surrounding void exploded. Many people who couldn't retreat in time were affected by the unexpected disaster and exploded into a bloody mist. There were also people who were heavily injured. They were terrified, but didn't dare to speak out. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Humph. The legalism elder who had attacked coldly said. He didn't care about the people who had been injured by the unexpected disaster. Is that so? You really can't even withstand a single blow. Humph. Suddenly, such a voice sounded in the ears of the legalism elder who had just attacked. As the voice sounded, an invisible claw directly grabbed his head. Bang! Before the last word could be heard, the legalism elder, who was quite strong, had his head twisted off and turned into a bloody mist with a muffled bang. Fierce killing intent, ruthless and cruel. Such a scene was extremely shocking. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, the legalism elders and experts around the legalism elder all had fear in their eyes. Their pupils contracted. They didn't know what was going on. They only felt a terrifying Yuan spirit attack in their Niwen palace. The void distorted, and the fear of death climbed into the depths of their souls. In the end, their bodies shattered one after another in the void, like a bloody firework, and their souls were destroyed. Pucci, only a few legalism experts and elders managed to escape, but they vomited blood and were heavily injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. Do the legalism really think that you're invincible? You should know that there are people in this world that you can't afford to offend. This is the price for daring to attack me. As the voice sounded, the purple-haired man who had just disappeared appeared in the void. His expression was calm, and he killed many legalism elders and experts in an instant as if nothing had happened. This is an expert, a terrifying expert. Is it an expert from the older generation, or is it a nameless young sovereign? Gulp, gulp. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one would have thought that such a man would be such a terrifying expert. The most shocking part was that even one of the 9 great clans, the School of Legalism, didn't take the violet-haired man seriously. He was fierce and murderous, and as soon as he attacked, the School of Legalism paid a heavy price in blood. At this moment, all eyes were on the purple-haired man. Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Guanyu, Su Yangzi, Lien Qingrong, Mo Tianshao, Little Tiger Du, Hung Luin, and the others were all secretly shocked. At this moment, even Yelu Han was astonished. He looked at the purple-haired man with surprise. He didn't think that there would be someone who dared to attack the legalism at this time. And this violet-haired young man was none other than Du Xiaofu's disguise technique. Based on the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Du Xiaofu decided to act. If not, Yelu Han's fate would be sealed. No matter who you are, die. But it was only for a moment. Han Kuei-jing, who had originally wanted to kill Yelu Han with Long Ming, was now filled with anger. His face was ferocious, and the corners of his eyes were twitching. His killing intent was like a gust of wind as he rushed towards Du Xiaofu like lightning. Chapter 1911. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Han K roared furiously. His voice was like the sound of Tao, piercing through the hearts of people. Killing so many elders and experts of the School of Legalism right before his eyes was a blatant challenge to the School of Legalism. It was an insult to his dignity. Yi Chen did not take him seriously at all. Boom! Han K lunged at Du Xiaofu. A powerful ripple spread out, shaking the void. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the void, as if forming a world of its own. Then it turned into a dazzling spear of light, piercing through the air and reaching Du Xiaofu in an instant. I hate shameless old people like you the most. That Tian Sha, whatever. I'll help you deal with this old guy. You deal with that big worm yourself. Du Xiaofu said. His shoulder-length purple hair fluttered. It was a combination of the disguise technique and the purple flame, demonic phoenix fire. Facing Han Kei's spear of light, his aura was calm but long. It turned into an energy spatial light screen, blocking the spear of light. Chila! The spear of light seemed to contain a world. Destructive power surged out. The spear of light was resplendent, flashing with mysterious runes. It pierced through space and landed on the light screen. But the light screen was like ripples in water. It rippled but did not break. Runes burst out, using softness to overcome hardness, resisting the spear of light. Han Kei's expression turned ugly. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong despite his young age. Humph. Changing his hand seals, Han Kei snorted. Energy poured into the spear of light from his palm, causing it to let out a sonorous rumble. It was like the sound of heaven, crushing the light screen. Hualala. The energy light screen finally fluctuated, and the dazzling talisman patterns wreaked havoc like electric arcs. Finally, a hole was pierced through, and finally, it was as if it was being torn apart by endless thunderbolts. The surrounding space was shattered, and a vast aura swept out, causing people to go limp. However, Du Xiaofu's figure directly retreated. His long robe fluttered, and his purple hair flew backward. He seemed to have been repelled, but he was not injured at all. It wasn't that Du Xiaofu couldn't do anything to Han Kei Feng. Given Du Xiaofu's current cultivation base, he could even kill Long Tongue. Killing Han Kei Feng wouldn't be a problem at all. However, Du Xiaofu did not intend to reveal his identity. He could not use any of his techniques. The aura of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, the boundless Nirvana aura, the purple flame demonic phoenix, beast ability, the profound of lightning, the tyrannical fistway, and others could all be recognized. Dongli Qingqing's whereabouts were still unknown. At this moment, even if he captured Hui Yuan, he might not be able to find Dongli Qingqing. He might even cause an accident to Dongli Qingqing. It was better not to act rashly and alert the enemy. If he followed Hui Yuan, his chances would be greater. In addition, when he saw the heavenly demon Yeluhan again, he had directly refused even Emo Tianxiao's olive branch. He seemed to bear a deep grudge against the desolate country. Du Xiaofu also had some thoughts. Since he had used a divine disguise technique, he would just have to endure for a while longer. As for Han Kei Feng and Long Ming, even if he couldn't kill them this time, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill them the next time he saw them. Looking at Han Kei Feng, the retreating Du Xiaofu's lips curved in a mocking smile. There was a faint smile in his eyes as he said, "Legalism's main domain is only SO. Old man, you're not strong enough." "Who the hell are you?" Han Kei Feng stared fixedly at Du Xiaofu. After personally exchanging blows, he felt that the other party's strength was definitely not ordinary. His background was definitely not simple. At this moment, all eyes were on Du Xiaofu, someone who could fight against Han Kei Feng head-on. Such a person's sudden appearance would definitely set off a huge storm in the heavenly devil battlefield. His identity made everyone curious. "What does it have to do with you? Seeing that you're shamelessly bullying him with numbers. I just wanted to help him." Du Xiaofu's reply was very disdainful of Han Kei Feng. "You." Having lived for thousands of years, Han Kei Feng had always been revered by everyone. At this moment, how could he endure such disdain? He was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. "Haha, thank you, sir. I'll deal with this big worm." Yeluhan laughed. That mysterious man's strength was outstanding, able to fight against Han Kei Feng head-on. At this moment, no matter who the mysterious man was or what his purpose was, it was a blessing to him at this moment. "Old Sovereign Han, you deal with that person. Leave this Yeluhan to me. Kill him." Long Ming was already unable to endure being called a big worm. This was an insult to all dragons. Long Ming was originally unhappy that he couldn't do anything to Yeluhan. Now that he shouted, his huge dragon body no longer hesitated, surging through the sea of clouds as he rushed towards Yeluhan. "Big worm, what can you do to me?" Han Kei Feng was already blocked. It was just Long Ming. Yeluhan no longer had any scruples. His eyes opened and closed, instantly turning into a dark red, as if containing 2 seas of blood. Terrifying light burst out. Using his baleful aura as the foundation, his martial veins connected the heavens and earth, transforming into a baleful aura blade that was more than 100 feet long. It slashed down from the void towards Long Ming. Chila. This blade was too terrifying. It imprisoned the void and could cut through everything. Ao. Facing such a terrifying power, Long Ming didn't dare to be careless. He activated the dragon's secret technique, using the dragon's tyrannical means, and immediately clashed with the heavenly demon Yelu Han. You should also be killed. Han Ju also made his move once more. The eyes he used to stare at Du Xiaofu were practically spitting fire. His killing intent was undisguised. Everywhere his figure passed, the space behind him crumbled, creating raging waves. Boundless spatial waves swept out, dyeing the sky resplendent. Boom! In an instant, the entire void distorted. With Han Ke Fong as the center, all kinds of demonic beast phantoms appeared in the void. There were divine birds flapping their wings, ferocious beasts roaring, resplendent light, sky-splitting astral winds, sun, moon, stars, mountains, and lakes. These terrifying phenomena evolved into a world. The scene was shocking everyone. This is the legalism's Dharma technique. An elder from the Taoist sect spoke, his eyes rippling. This legalism Dharma technique in Han Keifeng's hands was terrifying. Legalism became one of the 9 great clans. It has some foundation and capital. At this moment, Han Keifeng's power made even the second elder of the Golden Winged Rock clan and the others secretly nod. Can that person still withstand it? Du Xiaoqing looked at the sky, her beautiful face full of anticipation. She hoped that the purple-haired man could destroy Han Keifeng directly. If she had that strength, she would have dealt with the legalism people long ago. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed. He was very familiar with the Dharma technique of legalism. The void around him rippled, energy flooded out, and resplendent talismans swept out. Then, a shocking scene appeared in the void. Everyone was shocked to see that the purple-haired man did not seem to have done anything, but the world that Han Keifeng's legalism Dharma technique was beginning to stagnate and even showed signs of collapsing, as if the world was collapsing. Han Keifeng's expression changed. She was shocked and surprised. She formed a hand seal, and strange beasts and birds flapped their wings, pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly calmed down. His breathing was long and calm, and his temperament was very serene. His mind was at peace, and his mind was clear and bright. Break! Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and ripples appeared in the void. Talismans surged, and the strange beasts and birds that pounced out of Han Keifeng's world were destroyed. It was like cold water being poured on a hot fire, extinguishing it. This scene seemed ordinary and simple, but if one looked carefully, it was vast and unfathomable, all-encompassing. Rumble! Stars fell, and with a rumbling sound, they crushed towards Du Xiaofu. The space in their path exploded, and the ground below exploded. Walala! Flames burned the sky, and strong winds howled. Whoosh, whoosh! Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds pierced through the air, like divine weapons of destruction, bursting with dazzling divine light. These attacks swept towards Du Xiaofu like a storm. This was the power of legalism, and it carried the power of heaven and earth, shaking the heavens and earth. Without a doubt, Han Keifeng wanted to kill this mysterious purple-haired man and wash away the humiliation of legalism and wash away the disrespect towards him. Du Xiaofu was still calm and unmoved. His figure flashed across the sky, and a mysterious energy wave annihilated the terrifying attacks. No matter the storm, Du Xiaofu was unmoved. Everything was like a gentle breeze, unmoving like a mountain. Heavens, this is too scary. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a battle was rarely seen and inconceivable. No matter how Han Keifeng attacked, he could not get close to the mysterious, purple-haired man. What technique is this? It's too magical. In front of the desolate country's crowd, Du Shaoqing was also astonished. Such a technique was too amazing. It's not magical, it's terrifying. Using softness to overcome hardness. Using little to lift 1,000 pounds. It's vast and profound. This is the great Tao. The second elder of the Golden Rock race, Jialo Guanyu, said. He was also moved. Could it be related to Taoism? Beside Han Luan of the Buddhist sect, an old monk with white eyebrows raised his eyebrows in surprise. The mysterious purple-haired man's aura made him feel that it was related to Taoism. At this moment, Su Yangzi and the rest of the Taoist sect were gradually dumbfounded. Their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes flickered violently. Why do I feel that the purple-haired man's aura is so familiar? It seems to be the teachings of our Taoism. A Taoist elder was surprised. This is definitely related to our Taoism, but who is this person? Our Taoism doesn't have such a disciple. Could he be a wandering Taoist ancestor? A Taoist expert who could stand side by side with Su Yangzi said. He was very sure that the mysterious purple-haired man's technique was related to Taoism. The heavenly Tao is in action, and the Tao follows nature. The heavenly Tao is in action, and there is nothing that can be done. It is actually easy to do, but difficult to understand the meaning behind it. This technique is based on nothingness, and uses the principle of causality. Without becoming an object, it is impermanent, and therefore it can study the emotions of all things. It is neither before nor after, and therefore it can be the master of all things. The Tao follows nature, and naturally it is not dead. Therefore, the Tao is impermanent. The Tao changes according to the situation. Su Yangzi looked at the mysterious, purple-haired man in the sky. His eyes were trembling as light surged. Even his body was trembling. He could not help but whisper in excitement, "Who is he? He has actually reached such a realm." Chapter 1912. You're saying that he's really from our school of Taoism? Hearing this, the old man beside Su Yangzi was also excited. He knew that Su Yangzi's comprehension of Taoism might not be as high as his in terms of cultivation, but in terms of Taoism, Su Yangzi had long surpassed him. In the future, surpassing him in terms of strength and cultivation was already a matter of time. At this moment, Su Yangzi also confirmed and praised the mysterious purple-haired man. How could he not be shocked? He doesn't seem to be from our school of Taoism. Perhaps it's shameful to say this, but what he has comprehended seems to be above what we have comprehended from Taoism. Who exactly is he? Su Yangzi's eyes flickered as he carefully thought about who this mysterious, purple-haired man was. You're from Taoism? Han Ke also felt some aura. The purple-haired man in front of him seemed to be related to Taoism. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was indeed using Taoism. Back then, in the Taoist lunar space, Du Xiaofu had comprehended Taoism for several months. It was not martial arts, but it was better than martial arts. It was not a coincidence that Taoism became one of the 9 great families. Taoism's knowledge was boundless. Du Xiaofu did not want to expose his identity, so he used Taoism's knowledge. I'm not from Taoism, but Taoism is much stronger than legalism. Du Xiaofu said. He did not want to trick Taoism like this. He had a good relationship with Taoism. Back then, he had benefited a lot from Taoism. Hearing those words, the people from Taoist school secretly smiled. They were extremely pleased with what they had just heard. Han Ke stopped his attack in the middle of the spell. His eyes also rippled as he looked at the purple-haired man in front of him. He was secretly shocked. Such a mysterious man's cultivation and strength gave him an unfathomable feeling. He could not see through him at all. It made him feel a little apprehensive. I have to settle this as soon as possible. Han Ke thought to himself. He knew that he could not delay any longer. Boom! In an instant, Han Ke's expression darkened a little. His eyes flickered, and light spread out from his body, enveloping him in a dazzling light. Above the void, countless strange phenomena slowly appeared, and the surrounding space of the spell also trembled. Roar! The image of a white dragon rushed out. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, as if it was a real living creature. The dragon's eyes were like stars, roaring ferociously. That's Hanju's pulse soul. He's even using his pulse soul. That's the bloodline soul of a true dragon's descendant. It's of an extremely high level. Someone exclaimed. Who would have thought that Han Ke would actually use his vain spirit in order to deal with the mysterious, purple-haired youth in such a short while? This kind of pulse soul has already turned into a true spirit. It's only one step away from becoming a true spirit. In front of the desolate nation's formation, Lonely Sky Howl whispered. Meridian Soul, Du Xiaofu, looked at the white dragons. It looked like legalism had always been on good terms with the dragons. Even Han Ke's bloodline soul was a dragon. The blood essence required for a bloodline soul of this level was not something that could be provided by any dragon. Roar! In a short instant, the dragon's roar was like thunder. The white dragon roared out from that side of the world. Spell power gathered, and with the power of heaven and earth, it charged toward Du Xiaofu. This power was too strong and not something that could be easily blocked. At this moment, if an ordinary person of the same level faced Han Ke's attack, they would not be able to resist at all and would be crushed. Du Xiaofu's eyes were finally no longer calm, and there was some fluctuation in them. At the same time, the aura around Du Xiaofu suddenly changed and became violent. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the calm water, and stormy waves instantly rose. Boom! Roar! The sky suddenly changed color, and a mysterious power descended from the void. Dazzling runes surged out from Du Xiaofu's body, and his body also underwent a strange transformation. It was as if his body was expanding, and also as if something was condensing around him. In an instant, as the sky changed color, Du Xiaofu transformed into a giant that was over 1,000 feet tall. His entire body exuded a hazy mist, and his aura was frightening. It was as if 1,000,000 mountains had descended from the sky, as if he had traveled through time and space from ancient times. Everyone present trembled. That massive body made their hearts feel like they were about to explode, and they almost went limp. When such a massive body towered in the sky was covered by dark clouds, and the surging power of the sorcerer god came through time and space. The surrounding void was filled with endless wind and thunder. The power of the sorcerer god. That's the power of the sorcerer god of the Confucian school. Is he from the Confucian school? That's the power of the sorcerer god. Many experts with extraordinary eyesight exclaimed. As for those who weren't strong enough, they had already gone limp under that terrifying power. Han Ke had even used her pulse spirit, and Du Xiaofu couldn't use his own means. What he learned from Taoism was only what he learned. Therefore, Du Xiaofu used the sorcerer god's power of the Confucian school to form the body of the sorcerer god, which was what he had learned from the Confucian school. Rumble, rumble. The massive body of the sorcerer god formed, and Du Xiaofu immediately attacked. He waved his hand and directly slapped at the giant white dragon. This palm strike was launched by the body of a supreme magus. The entire sky was filled with spell symbols, surging like a torrential flood. Thunderous rumbles could be heard ceaselessly as the power of supreme magus spread out. Wherever the power of supreme magus swept across, the space would explode along with a rustling noise. Around the sorcerer god's body, countless gods and demons chanted, shocking people's souls. The rich and surging sorcerer god's power seemed to have traveled through time and space from ancient times. That's the ancient sorcerer god's power. He's not borrowing the sorcerer god's power, but comprehending the sorcerer god's power. Rumble. The elders of the Taoist, Buddhist, and golden-winged rocks were all excited. They were experienced and knowledgeable and could see the clues. The mysterious purple-haired man wasn't borrowing the sorcerer god's power, but comprehending the sorcerer god's power. Bang! The sorcerer god's body and the giant white dragon clashed, shaking the sky and distorting the world. Space rippled like boiling water in all directions. This kind of battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Rumble. At this moment, the void boiled, and the blood in the bodies of many young people below surged. One had to know that the purple-haired man and Long Ming didn't seem very old, and although the Heaven Shah's origin was mysterious, he had been sealed before, so he hadn't cultivated for too long. But these people were already so terrifying. How could they not be fascinated? In this kind of battle, the four used all kinds of methods and divine abilities. The Heaven Shah, Yelu Han, and Long Ming no longer held back and attacked with all their might. Dazzling runes, fierce battle, and a collision of energy burst out with divine light. The turbulent energy was like an erupting volcano, and the waves of energy were vast and mighty, causing people to tremble in fear. Tiger, come! Roar! The Heaven Shah, Yelu Han, shouted. At this moment, his body was covered in a ferocious beast armor. His baleful energy was shocking, and his hair stood on end. His eyes were filled with a sea of baleful energy. He had the upper hand against Long Ming. The Heaven Shah, Yelu Han, compared to Qin Wudi and Gong Sun Wuji, was an inferior. Just how strong was he? It was enough to prove his terrifying strength. Kill! Yelu Han wasn't a soft-hearted person. Now that he had the upper hand, he didn't hide his killing intent. Long Ming wanted to kill him, so with Yelu Han's personality, how could he let him go? Boom! Around Yelu Han, a majestic sea of baleful energy filled with runes, revealing a dazzling light. Yelu Han was an earth vein spirit, and this was his sea of baleful energy vein spirit. The baleful energy had turned solid, swallowing everything. It could affect space and time, and it enveloped Long Ming's giant dragon body. Bastard! Long Ming roared. He was an outstanding member of the dragons, a reincarnation nirvana cultivator. The dragons were the supreme race of this world, but at this moment he was being suppressed by the half-step reincarnation Yelu Han. This was a humiliation he couldn't face. Rumble, Long Ming erupted. His dragon body shuttled back and forth in the sea of baleful energy. His dragon claws tore through the sky, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Above his head, 3 divine rings burned like divine flames. This was the power of a half-step nirvana cultivator, and it brought with it the sound of heaven. The might of a nirvana cultivator descended, enough to crush all mortals. Just a half-step nirvana cultivator. This daddy is a true nirvana cultivator. Who do you think you are? Yelu Han shouted, domineering and fierce. 6 divine rings appeared in the sky, urging the power of a nirvana cultivator. It was even more powerful than Long Ming's. Kill! The billowing, baleful energy and nirvana cultivator's power seemed to turn into thunder. Yelu Han's attacks were endless, sweeping towards Long Ming. Rumble! Rumble! In the sky, Han Chuingwan's white dragon-veined spirit and Du Xiaofu's sorcerer divine body also fought fiercely. In an instant, several collisions collided, tearing apart the void. Roar! Han Chuingwan's white dragon-veined spirit was forced back by the sorcerer divine body. He roared, his dragon eyes like stars, and his dragon might surged. In an instant, he attacked again, his giant tail lashing out. Dumb insect! The sorcerer divine body appeared in the sky, like an ancient sorcerer divine body descending. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a giant hand appeared from the depths of the sky. This giant hand appeared in the sky, and a terrifying energy suddenly spread out from all directions. bringing with it a huge pressure that seemed to cause the world to tremble. The hand formed a spatial storm, twisting the space around it and directly crushing towards the white dragon. Rumble, such a handprint, also brought about a strange phenomenon in the sky. The terrifying sorcerer divine body's energy was accompanied by a mysterious power. As it crushed down, the space shattered inch by inch, and a pitch-black spatial vortex tore apart, descending from the sky. This is not an ordinary sorcerer divine body. He comprehended the ancient sorcerer divine body's power. In the distance, the eyes of the Golden Rock clan's second elder, who had already retreated with the Huang country's people, lit up. Looking at the sorcerer divine body, he couldn't help but shiver. This was not an ordinary sorcerer divine body's power, but the ancient sorcerer divine body's power. In the current era of the Confucian school, there were probably only a few people who had comprehended it. The ancient sorcerer divine body's power has reappeared. Who is he? Is the Confucian school about to take another step forward in this chaotic world? The white-browed old monk from the Buddhist school spoke. He had lived for several thousand years and could be considered very old. He had heard many legends. Chapter 1913. The Confucian school was related to the legendary great shamans of ancient times. The power of the shaman god was once the most powerful existence in this world. The power of the ancient shaman god had the power to destroy the world. In an instant, the palm print collided with the white dragon. The energy of the heaven and earth was thrown into chaos as a deep explosion resounded through the skies. Bang, bang, bang. The entire sky was trembling as symbols flickered in the sky. The enormous white dragon was only able to resist for an instant before cracking apart. In the end, it exploded into symbols that filled the sky. Amidst Han Kei's spell, the sun, moon, stars, all living beings in the world were all wiped out. All living beings were destroyed. Puff! Han Ju's body appeared, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, his body was knocked back repeatedly in the void. His face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. Perhaps Han Ju simply could not accept this reality. He had lost. His meridian spirit had been destroyed by the former. Just this injury alone was enough for Han Kei Shuang to forget about recovering for 1,000 years, and he could forget about making any progress in the future. Du Xiaofu's sorcerer god's body also began to collapse. Using the sorcerer god's power to condense, the sorcerer god's body consumed too much energy. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, under the suppression of Yeluhan, the meridian soul baleful qi condensed into a huge blade in the void. Accompanied by the power of 6 wheels, it was as sharp as a divine blade, slicing through the void and slashing towards Longming. Ao, 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 Ao. Longming was, after all, a half-step Nirvana dragon's expert. He had a secret technique to dodge, but a dragon horn on his forehead was chopped off. Dragon blood spurted out, and light soared into the sky as it roared endlessly. Oh my God, both Han Kuai-Yo and Long Ming are dead. This scene was too shocking. Han Kuai-Yo had lost her meridian soul, and Long Ming had lost a dragon horn. They were both seriously injured. The heavenly fiend Yeluhan and the mysterious purple-haired man were so powerful that they made people tremble. What is he doing? Among the stunned crowd, some people were surprised to see that the purple-haired man was not trying to take advantage of Han Ju's weakness to kill him. Instead, he was standing in the air in a daze, as if he was observing something. Although Han Kuai-Yo was furious, she was still on guard against Du Xiaofu, afraid that the purple-haired man would take advantage of the situation to pursue and kill her. Now that she saw the purple-haired man stop in midair, her eyes were filled with doubt. Heavenly fiend Yeluhan also didn't pursue Longming. Although he was fighting Longming with all his strength, his eyes and mind were constantly scanning the surroundings. He was surprised that Du Xiaofu had killed Han Kei-Hua's bloodline soul, and then he was puzzled by the strange behavior of the purple-haired man. No, the aura is not right. In the void, Du Xiaofu looked into the distance. The red pheasant monkey's primordial spirit in his mind's mud-pill palace felt a strange aura. That aura was extraordinary, causing Du Xiaofu to feel a sense of danger descending upon him, causing him to focus. At the end of the void, everything was dark and desolate, and the air was suffused with the evil energy unique to the heavenly devil battlefield. But suddenly, the evil energy grew thicker and thicker, drifting in from all directions. Something's not right. Everyone be careful. The second elder of the golden-winged Great Peng race, Jialo Guanyu, also sensed that something was wrong. His brows rose, and his eyes glowed with golden light. He had sensed an abnormal aura. Everyone be careful. At almost the same time, the elders of the Buddhist, Taoist, and famed schools all grimaced. The sudden change in the aura in the distance attracted everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, the evil energy was thick and oppressive. Woo! Ghostly wails and howls resounded through the air. It was impossible to tell whether they came from vicious beasts or evil spirits. The cries of ghosts and gods reverberated in the void, and a monstrous demonic aura swept across the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everything happened too quickly. The space in the distance trembled, and dark light filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. Strong winds blew. The ghostly wails and howls could be faintly heard, making people tremble for no reason. The evil spirits are here. No, it seems to be demonic beasts. The living beings in the surroundings were shocked. They immediately summoned their weapons and treasures and prepared for battle. The surrounding void was filled with black fog, covering the sky and the sun. The evil energy was oppressive. Eolo, ghostly wails and howls, accompanied by the roars of beasts, resounded through the void from all directions. Under everyone's trembling eyes, countless evil spirits and beast-shaped evil spirits appeared. There were also demonic beasts gathered among them. These evil spirits were in the form of humans and beasts, as well as the ferocious, true demonic beasts. They were densely packed in the air, blotting out the sky and covering the earth until the end of one's line of sight. It was as if there was no end in sight. Aolo, the ghostly wails and howls of beasts reverberated, causing the entire void to tremble. Oh no, it's an army of evil spirits. Aolo, there are so many demonic beasts. Why are there so many of them? What's going on? Why are there so many evil spirits and demonic beasts surrounding us? The crowd was in an uproar, and their expressions changed. There were too many evil spirits and demonic beasts. Most importantly, their auras were very powerful. In the heavenly fiend battlefield, there had never been an incident where evil spirits and demonic beasts surrounded a gathering place of cultivators. However, these evil spirits and demonic beasts had come, and there were so many of them. It was impossible to resist. Don't these evil spirits and demonic beasts never attack gathering places? Why are there so many evil spirits and demonic beasts now? Some of the weaker cultivators were horrified, and their hearts trembled. Everyone was vigilant. Even Jialo Guanyu, Su Yangzi, Hung Luin, and the others were no exception. Du Xiaofu was also not careless. As the monstrous, murderous aura swept over from all directions, he looked into the distance with a grave expression. Du Xiaofu felt many powerful auras from the depths of the evil spirits and demonic beasts' army. They were all from the evil spirits and demonic beasts. This is very abnormal. Could it be that someone is doing this on purpose? Du Xiaofu frowned as he pondered. The demonic beasts and evil spirits were mixed together, and there were so many of them. It would definitely take a long time for them to gather, and they would not come for some weak cultivators. At this moment, with so many cultivators gathered here and encountering so many evil spirits and demonic beasts, the situation was very likely not simple. Swoosh, swoosh, among the overwhelming army of demonic beasts and evil spirits, there were hundreds of figures with exceptionally powerful auras that swept out from the billowing demonic aura and floated in the sky. There were evil spirits and demonic beasts among these figures, but they all had a common characteristic, and that was that their auras were exceptionally powerful. Waves of powerful demonic aura spread out and shrouded the void. Many of their auras were even comparable to the strongest cultivators present. Jialo, Guanyu, Suyangzi, Hongluan, and the other powerful cultivators of the major forces all gasped when they saw the hundreds of exceptionally powerful evil spirits and demonic beasts. Not good. We've encountered demonic spirit and demonic beasts experts. There are many domain realm cultivators, and they came prepared. An old man from the Taoist school spoke, his eyes trembling. With so many evil spirits and demonic beasts gathered here, he could also see some clues. This matter was very strange and sudden, and it was definitely not simple. This is troublesome. Mo Tianshao took a deep breath, his eyes solemn. The numerous terrifying auras made him somewhat fearful. At this moment, with so many evil spirits and demonic beasts, it would be difficult for all the cultivators present to resist. The heavily injured Long Ming and Han Jiao also had incomparably solemn expressions. Not to mention Yelu Han and the mysterious purple-haired man, so many evil spirits and demonic beasts experts were likely to die. Amit Ba, everyone, these evil spirits and demonic beasts came prepared. We must join forces. Yelu Han, Brother Han, Long Ming, and that little brother, how about you temporarily put down your grudges? Otherwise, it will be difficult for everyone to escape. From the Buddhist school, the white-browed old monk looked at Han Jiao, Yelu Han, Du Xiaofu, and Long Ming. If the four of them continued to fight, it would greatly affect their battle strength. These four were the peak existences present. With so many evil spirits, we naturally have to join forces to deal with them. Han Jiao looked at Du Xiaofu, both angry and fearful. At this moment, this was a way out, and he had to take it. Otherwise, the consequences could be imagined. Against those evil spirits and demonic beasts, he still had a chance to escape. But if he continued to fight with the mysterious purple-haired man, it would be absolutely disastrous. Meridian Hundu had been lost, and the outcome was already decided. Long Ming didn't speak, but nodded in tacit agreement. No matter how unwilling he was, after careful consideration, he naturally didn't want to risk his life with Yelu Han. Many gazes fell on Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han, waiting for their reply. At this moment, they naturally hoped that the purple-haired man would join forces with Yelu Han, Han Jiao, and the others to deal with these evil spirits and demonic beasts. Han Jiao and Long Ming coldly looked at Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han. In their hearts, they hoped that Yelu Han and the others would object. If that happened, the two of them would undoubtedly become enemies with everyone present. At that time, they might even be able to take revenge. I have no problem. Of course, it's more important to deal with the evil spirits. Du Xiaofu nodded. His gaze was solemn as he looked at the dense army of demonic beasts and evil spirits. At this moment, it was naturally more important to deal with the evil spirits. To the current Du Xiaofu, Han Jiao's life could be taken at any time. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to expose his identity, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to kill Han Jiao. As you wish. Seeing Du Xiaofu nod, the heavenly fiend Yelu Han also spoke. But everyone could see that Yelu Han was approaching the purple-haired man. Seeing Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han nod, Han Jiao and Long Ming's cold eyes couldn't help but flash with disappointment. We'll do our best to break through the encirclement, then we'll make plans. Mo Tianshao said to Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the others. His handsome face was filled with killing intent as he stared at the evil spirits and demonic beasts in the distance. Oh, woo! Fiendish aura surged in all directions as the howls and roars of the evil spirits and demonic beasts were deafening. In the sky, the strongest demonic beasts and evil spirits looked at the cultivators trapped in the middle, their eyes blazing like prey. Their icy voices rang out, "Kill! Kill! Chapter 1914. Awu! Awu! In an instant, countless evil spirits and demonic beasts roared from all directions, emitting ear-piercing and terrifying roars. Demonic chi overflowed into the sky, and blood-red eyes surged, instantly pouncing towards the crowd. "Break out!" The crowd surged, and battle cries filled the sky. Their auras swept through the sky, and figures immediately pounced towards the evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, wanting to break out of the encirclement. Among the various large factions and rogue cultivators, there were people who formed a joint attack formation, joining forces to attack the raging evil spirits wanting to escape. "Everyone be careful!" Some experts made a move, causing strands of peerlessly powerful profound energy to surge explosively. Talisman markings dazzled as numerous attacks instantly swept out like bolts of lightning. Their auras caused space to rumble as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dusky sky, and it shook the hearts and souls of all. Awu! Awu! Countless evil spirits and demonic beasts roared, their scarlet eyes surging as they let out ear-piercing cries. In an instant, they charged towards the crowd without any fear of death. A great battle was about to break out. Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, Han Luan, Su Yangzi, Mo Tianshao, Lien Qingrong, and the others attacked. Wherever they passed, the evil spirits were turned into ashes. However, many of the weaker people present were also directly killed by the evil spirits. Black fog surged out, and blood-red runes flickered, condensing into thousands of illusory human figures. Their appearances were ferocious, and their eyes were burning with greed. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and waves of cold and terrifying baleful aura surged out and swept out, directly drilling into the glabella of many people. Chi-chi! Immediately, the eyes of many people in the crowd turned scarlet red, and their glabella turned black. Their bodies were surrounded by black fog, and their veins were exposed. Their faces became ferocious. Bang, bang, bang! Following that, many bodies exploded one after another, and blood mist poured out. As these bodies exploded, many ferocious, illusory figures appeared once again, and the aura on their bodies seemed to be stronger than before. These evil spirits grow stronger by devouring the souls of people. They are strange and difficult to deal with. Du Shaoqing said to the disciples of the desolate nation. Green-red flames gushed out from her hand, burning the void and destroying the evil spirit. This kind of collision was too crazy. Some of the evil spirit's bodies were shattered, turning into a bloody aura and dissipating into black mist. Some people had their blood and souls devoured. It was a tragic sight. In an extremely short period of time, blood flowed like a river, and a baleful aura surged to the heavens. What was even stranger was that after some of the evil spirits were shattered into bloody aura and black mist, they would instantly gather together and continue to revive. It was as if there was no end to killing them. Only the most pure and yang cultivation methods and special methods could completely destroy these evil spirits. Kill! Amidst the monstrous, baleful aura, the evil spirits and demonic beasts made their moves. The demonic beasts didn't have much intelligence, but they were controlled by the evil spirit experts and attacked the crowd. A group of evil spirits and demonic beasts directly pounced down. Ear-piercing hisses and world-shaking beast roars resounded. There was only slaughter, and immediately many people suffered a calamity. Even some of the great powers were unable to protect themselves. The domain realm experts in the crowd stepped forward to stop them. Some beasts even used their true forms. This is not good. Du Xiaofu had already made his move. He didn't reveal his identity, but intentionally or unintentionally, he was near some of the weaker disciples of the desolate nation and secretly helped them deal with some powerful evil spirits and demonic beasts. On the other hand, the heavenly fiend Yaluhan was extremely comfortable facing the baleful aura that filled the sky. He felt like a fish in water, as if he could even be nourished. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. If you don't use your full strength, I'm afraid that everyone will be in big trouble today. An elder from the Taoist sect spoke. He activated a simple and unadorned sword that erupted with thousands of sword rays, blocking a demonic beast whose strength was not below his. The fierce battle caused the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. Go all out. Go. The experts of the great powers originally had some thoughts of preserving their strength, but now they also realized the seriousness of the problem. If they still held back, it would become more and more difficult later. They also used their full strength, using their treasures to fiercely clash with the evil spirits and demonic beasts. Amidst the terrifying screams of the evil spirits, there were constantly people screaming as they were torn apart by the demonic beasts and devoured by the evil spirits. It was a tragic sight, and the number of people was dwindling. In such a frenzied battle, there was no way to break out. Soon, everyone was surrounded by the evil spirits and demonic beasts. Even the peak powerhouses present had no chance to escape, let alone the others. Han Kuai-yo and Long Ming had been looking for an opportunity to escape with the dragons and the remaining members of the legalism faction. But Han Kuai-yo and Long Ming hadn't expected that there would be no chance to escape. The evil spirits and demonic beasts would take the initiative to attack them and even surround them. These evil spirits are controlling the demonic beasts. They're attacking those with higher cultivation. This is intentional. Bang! A Buddhist monk erupted with power, activating a Buddhist treasure. Runes shone resplendently like the eruption of a sun. A Buddhist shadow appeared, shattering a large number of evil spirits and demonic beasts in front of him. In the end, he clashed with an evil spirit expert and a demonic beast expert, but he couldn't gain the upper hand. Could it be that someone is controlling these evil spirits and demonic beasts? Some experts were astonished. Their bodies were stained with the blood of the demonic beasts, and their hair was disheveled. Roar! A huge demonic beast that looked like a wolf and a tiger tore a domain realm cultivator in half with its fangs bursting with demonic chi. Bang! Bang! An evil spirit expert turned into a beam of baleful light and rushed into the forehead of a domain realm cultivator, causing his body to explode into a bloody mist. Then it condensed again, and its aura was even stronger. There were many domain realm cultivators present, as well as experts from various major factions. But in the face of the dense evil spirits and demonic beasts, they were unable to stop the momentum. There were screams everywhere, and it was as if the place had become a demonic domain. Du Xiaofu took action, slaughtering an enormous demonic fiend beast expert, destroying it. Looking at the tragic scene around him, Du Xiaofu seemed to have seen a glimpse of the impending calamity. If the calamity of heaven and earth came again, then this scene would not be the heavenly devil battlefield, but all the places in the three realms like Kyushu. At that time, the world would be completely transformed into a demonic domain. This made Du Xiaofu frown, and his heart felt heavy for no reason. The crowd was retreating in defeat, and the area was getting smaller and smaller. Everyone was forced to close in. There were originally more than 10,000 people, but now, less than 20% of them were left. This kind of loss was too fast. Some experts were constantly injured and spat out blood. The disciples of the various major factions were also in a worrying situation. Many of them were injured, and under the protection of the experts of the various clans, they were also in a very sorry state. This also increased the pressure on those experts. The desolate country's disciples were protected by the golden-winged rock race. Mo Tian Xiao, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and the others were also very strong. In addition, Du Xiaofu had secretly dealt with many demonic beasts and evil spirit experts that approached, so their situation was slightly better than the disciples of the various major factions. Screech! Among the golden-winged rock race, there were already people who had activated their true forms. Golden light shone brightly as several enormous golden-winged rocks flapped their wings and soared into the sky. They were undoubtedly the most shocking ones present, and many dragons were suppressed. Chapter 1915. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. The golden-winged great rocks were domineering and fierce, able to suppress evil spirits and demonic beasts. However, there were too many of these powerful evil spirits. Everyone, if we don't go all out now, I'm afraid the odds are against us. An old man from the famed family spoke to the experts of the various factions. Although everyone was going all out, the situation was still getting worse. Everyone go all out. Otherwise, none of us will be able to charge out. These evil spirits and demonic beasts must have planned this beforehand. The voice of the leading old man from the Taoist family rang out. He had already activated a treasure comparable to a saint artifact in his hand. Brilliant light shone in all directions, destroying a large number of evil spirits. Rumble! In an instant, many treasures of the famed family and Buddhist family were destroyed. Clanging sounds rang out as they swept through a large number of evil spirits and demonic beasts. Du Xiaofu looked around. The resources of these large families were truly extraordinary. They had many treasures, and each of them was comparable to a saint artifact. Roar! Roar! The dragons all transformed into their true forms. Some experts of the beast race also went all out. Jialo Juiyu, second elder Jialo Guanyu, third elder Jialo Jiheng, and the others of the golden-winged great rocks all activated their true forms as well, protecting their disciples as they broke out. However, the small and medium-sized factions and independent cultivators who did not have the protection of experts were in an increasingly dire situation. They were constantly met with calamities, and miserable cries rang out continuously. With many treasures and experts going all out, everyone really managed to open a bloody path, intending to break out of the encirclement. There are still powerful evil spirits. After Du Xiaofu killed another powerful demonic beast that was at the domain realm, he suddenly looked into the depths of the void. He could feel a terrifying aura fluctuation there. At this moment, dark clouds rolled in the depths of the void. In an instant, a demonic aura overflowed into the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder. There were streaks of black lightning that caused one's heart to turn cold and one's primordial spirit to tremble. No one can escape. His cold words carried no emotion. Black light poured down and descended from the depths of the void. It was as if a curtain of demonic energy was falling down like a waterfall. The scene was extremely shocking. These streaks of black light carried a terrifying demonic aura as they poured out in torrents. They erupted with dazzling black light and spread out with a thunderous momentum. In an instant, they collided with the numerous treasures and powerhouses. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Black light overflowed into the heavens, causing the precious treasures to dim. Many experts were forced back. Chi-la-la! Even elder Jialo Guanyu, the white-browed old monk of Buddhism, the old man of Taoism, and the leading old man of Buddhism staggered back. Those who were weaker coughed up blood one after another. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu and the others who were at the back were not affected too much. How can an evil spirit that's comparable to a sage realm be so strong? Du Xiaofu's complexion changed. That dreadful aura was comparable to that of the sage realm. He was afraid that it wasn't below the semi-sage realm. It was the first time that he had encountered such a powerful evil spirit. Not good. The powerhouses were forced back one by one, and their complexions suddenly changed. They could feel the terrifying demonic aura, and their gazes were extremely solemn. Die! In the void, an indifferent voice that didn't contain any emotion spread out again amidst the billowing demonic aura. A huge handprint condensed and descended directly below. As this huge handprint descended, a vast pressure fell, as if the entire space had solidified. The more the handprint descended, the more the creatures in the void felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their chests. It made their hearts feel like they were being crushed, and their primordial spirits were about to explode. Those who were weaker couldn't even summon the will to resist. Many evil spirits and demonic beasts even exploded. Elder Jalo Guanyu, the white-browed old man of Buddhism, and the other top powerhouses all soared into the sky to resist. Uft! Another person coughed up blood. Several people joined forces, but still couldn't resist. It wasn't that the powerhouses couldn't resist this evil spirit, but that there were still many terrifying evil spirit and demonic beast powerhouses around at this moment. The monstrous demonic aura surged and covered half the sky. A huge black, ferocious, humanoid figure appeared in the air. Its eyes were like two blood moons, incomparably terrifying. Oh, whoa! When this black, ferocious humanoid figure appeared, countless evil spirits and demonic beasts roared in the surroundings. The sound waves were ear-piercing and affected the soul, causing the primordial spirits to tremble. They crazily pounced on everyone. Are we all going to suffer today? Some people were already trembling. Fear spread in their hearts as they watched so many creatures fall. The huge black, ferocious figure was in the sea of black mist and baleful aura. Its blood moon-like eyes were terrifying, like two blood-red holes looking down on everyone. With just a glance, many creatures who weren't strong enough were directly stunned. Then they were destroyed by the evil spirits and demonic beasts nearby. This is a half-step Saint Evil Spirit. It's too strong. Too strong. Elder Jalo Guanyu's huge body covered the void. At this moment, his golden eyes were incomparably solemn. He couldn't help but be wary of the half-step Saint Evil Spirit. Kill! The black, ferocious figure attacked again, pouncing straight at Elder Jalo Guanyu. Its blood-red eyes even revealed a greedy look. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the benefits for it. Its huge body was accompanied by billowing baleful aura and evil demonic aura. Pun descends to the 9 heavens. Elder Jalo Guanyu resisted with all his strength. He activated the Pung descends to the 9 heavens. Golden light shone brightly as it spread its wings and soared. The cultivation technique of the golden-winged great Pung bird race could still restrain these evil spirits. Thump! Thump! The terrifying collision destroyed a large area of the void. Elder Jalo Guanyu's huge body was also shaken back, golden blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, Elder Jalo Guanyu's tyrannical, golden-winged, great Pung body resisted a lot of the corrosion of the evil demonic aura. He wasn't seriously injured. Uft! The huge black, ferocious figure immediately attacked the 3 elders of the Buddhist, Taoist, and famed families, injuring them heavily. Disaster! The strongest elder of the Taoist family had a solemn expression. His body was shrouded in light, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. No one present could resist a half-step Saint Evil Spirit. Moreover, there were still many evil spirit experts whose strength wasn't much weaker than theirs. All of you will die today. The voice was lifeless, cold, and heartless. The black, ferocious figure erupted with surging evil demonic aura, and a murderous aura surged into the sky, turning into a huge wave that swept across. The experts of the various major forces activated their treasures and went all out to resist, but they were already in a desperate situation. Miserable wails were masked by the howls of ghosts and howls of gods. Not many of the small and medium-sized forces and itinerant cultivators were left. The power of the sorcerer god. Du Xiaofu once again used the power of the sorcerer god. The huge body of the sorcerer god stood tall, and the phantoms of gods and demons around him chanted in the air. A huge pressure quietly spread, as if it caused the heaven and earth in this space to tremble, shocking one's soul. Rumble Du Xiaofu attacked with all his strength. The power of the sorcerer god seemed to bring about a spatial storm. There were the sun, the moon, the stars, and all living things in the world. All of them sank into oblivion, and everything was destroyed. Awu! The ferocious black figure roared, and its blood moon-like eyes surged. A monstrous, murderous aura surged out, causing the space to ripple like boiling water. Such a collision shattered the space inch by inch, and the void was torn apart, forming a pitch-black spatial vortex. Thump thump, Du Xiaofu's figure was pushed back. The demonic aura and murderous aura swept over, corroding his primordial spirit and physical body. Under the effect of the immortal Shen body and the spiritual thunder in the red-bone horse monkey, primordial spirit, the effects of the murderous aura and demonic aura were quietly eliminated. Too strong! Du Xiaofu frowned. This was definitely an evil spirit at the half-step saint level. If it wasn't for the immortal Shen body and the several kinds of spiritual thunders in his primordial spirit, he would have suffered a great loss just now. Do I really have to expose my identity? Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, and Mo Tianshao, and the others were more or less injured. Some of the desolate country's disciples were seriously injured, and now that they were in a desperate situation, Du Xiaofu had to reconsider. In such a situation, if he did not expose his identity, the desolate country and the golden-winged great rocks would pay the price in blood. Boom! Demonic aura surged, and the huge body of the ferocious black evil spirit was like the birth of a demon lord. A terrifying claw with a monstrous demonic aura once again crushed down on the people below, vowing to destroy them all. Do I really have to expose my identity? Du Xiaofu's eyes surged. He could not delay any longer. If he exposed his identity, he might be able to resist a half-step saint evil spirit. At least with the support and means he had, he could escape with the disciples of the desolate country and the golden-winged great rocks. Evil spirit! Suddenly, at this moment, just as Du Xiaofu was about to expose his identity, a calm and clear voice rang out. A graceful figure appeared silently in the sky. Her long green dress fluttered in the wind, and her long black hair cascaded down her back. She was as otherworldly as a fairy, and she looked down on the world. It's her. When such a woman appeared in the void, everyone's expression changed. We're saved. The few remaining people of legalism were pleasantly surprised, and even Han Ju was secretly delighted. When the beautiful figure appeared, her beautiful face looked at the demonic claw crushing down from the void. Purple arcs of electricity suddenly surged out from her body, accompanied by blazing lightning that rose like a purple sun. Dazzling lightning runes surged out in all directions, covering the void. Suddenly, arcs of electricity overflowed from the void, and thunderclouds covered the sky. In an instant, all living beings were shocked, and the evil spirits trembled, and the demonic beasts were terrified. Evil spirit, don't be presumptuous. The woman raised her head, and the eyes on her beautiful face erupted with blazing purple lightning. She struck out with a palm, and a huge vortex of thunderclouds and lightning arcs spun in the center of her palm. Terrifying lightning filled the sky, and countless bolts of lightning pierced through space. The killing aura spread out, and it did not carry any austere killing intent. Instead, it carried the might of creation, and it revealed the righteousness of heaven and earth, vast and mighty in the heavens. This pressure spread out, and just by looking at the spreading lightning might, one's hair suddenly stood on end, and they almost prostrated themselves on the ground. Chapter 1916. Sizzle! Purple arcs of lightning shuttled through the sky, causing space to explode and overturn. The lightning palm struck the demonic claw, erupting in an instant. Rumble! The demonic claw was destroyed, and even the huge and ferocious figure in the void was pushed back. Xue Yu's eyes revealed a look of surprise. The kind of murderous aura made him instinctively feel wary. The lithe figure was also pushed back, but she soon steadied herself and looked at the huge and ferocious figure in the sky. Purple lightning flashed in her eyes. Natural Saint Du Xiaojing, Su Yangzi, Hung Luan Hui Yuan, and the others were all trembling when they saw the woman who had suddenly appeared. They were all paragons, but when they looked at the woman, their arrogance was completely gone. In fact, they even looked up to her. Xiaojing. When he saw the beautiful figure in front of him, Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. Other than his sister Xiaojing, who else could it be? Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The execution was majestic. Purple thunder clouds and lightning bolts soared into the sky. The energy of heaven and earth in this area began to fluctuate violently. Du Xiaojing stood in the void, like a dazzling sun that blotted out the sky. Purple arcs of lightning circled around his body, displaying an incomparably terrifying posture before everyone's eyes. Destroy! Du Xiaojing lightly uttered a word and made his move. Thousands of purple electric arcs condensed into electric arcs that covered the sky and earth, descending from the sky, vast and mighty. Bang, 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 bang. Those bolts of purple lightning were the bane of evil spirits and demonic beasts. Instantly, the void exploded and countless evil spirits and demonic beasts exploded. Many evil spirits and demonic beasts, including many evil spirits and demonic beasts, could not avoid being killed. Awoo! The monstrous, baleful aura dissipated, and the demonic aura collapsed. Shrill screams and roars reverberated in the void. Awoo! The gigantic black body was enraged. Its blood moon eyes were filled with huge waves as it roared. Black light covered the sky as its terrifying might distorted the surrounding space. The black light was like a black thunderbolt, destroying everything in its path. Such might caused the hearts of the experts present to palpitate in fear. Rumble! Du Xiaojing didn't retreat. From her graceful figure in the air, 10 divine rings appeared in an instant. Heavenly music resounded, like heavenly drums being hammered. 10 divine rings appeared in the sky, their heavenly might shocking the world. At this moment, Du Xiaojing was like a goddess. Monstrous arcs of lightning swept across the sky. Her purple sun-like eyes shot straight into the vast universe. Terrifying heavenly might shook the heavens. Heavenly might rolled, and the momentum of heaven and earth gathered. Rumble! The surrounding heaven and earth trembled and rumbled. The ground collapsed, and strange phenomena appeared. This aura was too terrifying, causing the entire space to tremble. This is the nirvana power of a consummate, supreme being, Su Yangzi said with a solemn expression. Indestructible. Du Xiaojing has reached the level of indestructible. Some experts could not help but exclaim when they sensed the aura of the undying and imperishable realm. Everyone's eyes were trembling, their hearts were trembling, their souls were trembling, and their bodies were going limp. That goddess-like woman was an innate holy sovereign, a perfected nirvana great sovereign. At this moment, she had already stepped into the indestructible realm. You're just a half-step saint. It's not your place to be impudent. Du Xiaojing's graceful figure soared into the sky. Her supreme aura suppressed heaven and earth, and her lightning martial vein killed in all directions. Heaven and earth trembled, and it shook everyone's soul. She fought with a ferocious and huge evil spirit. This kind of battle caused the void to be chaotic and blurry, creating a vacuum. Those who were not strong enough could not see anything at all. They could only see dazzling light. Indestructible. Du Xiaofu's huge body of the sorcerer god attacked again, killing several powerful demonic beasts of the domain realm. A smile appeared on his face. That was the aura of indestructibility. His sister Xiaojing had also stepped into the realm of indestructibility. Quickly attack with all your strength and break out of the encirclement. With Du Xiaojing's arrival, everyone seemed to have been injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant. They attacked with all their strength, killing the evil spirits and demonic beasts around them. Bang, bang, bang in the surrounding void, the fierce battle between Du Xiaofu and the half-step Saint Evil Spirit was even more intense. The sound of heavenly music was endless, and the supreme power suppressed heaven and earth. Evil spirits rolled and covered the sky. Far away, in the dark space, on top of a mountain peak, 3 figures were looking into the distance. Faint cries of ghosts and howls of gods could be heard. That place was like a demon's domain. Among the 3 figures, a man in the lead raised his head slightly. His face seemed to be sculpted, and there was a playful smile in his eyes. However, there was a slight frown on his brows. He said, indestructible, "I didn't expect Du Shaojing to break through so quickly. Innate holy sovereign, a perfected great sovereign, nirvana, great sovereign. She is very difficult to deal with." On the man's left was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s. He had a devilishly handsome face, long eyebrows like willows, and long black hair draped behind his neck. He had an invisible aura about him. No, there's still someone here. A familiar aura. Suddenly, in the battle circle, Du Xiaofu looked into the distance. There was a familiar aura fluctuating there, and it disappeared in a flash. It seems that there's still someone familiar. Someone is hiding there. On the mountain peak in the distance, the man with a playful smile suddenly frowned. "Should we make a move?" The 3rd figure asked. His voice was flat. He was covered by a purple robe. The hood of the robe covered his head, and even his forehead was covered. His attire was strange, but the aura on his body revealed an invisible and terrifying aura. "It's not suitable for us to make a move now. The heavenly mountain has appeared, and other places should also appear. We still have to unseal the demon emperor's body. There's always a chance to meet him," the man said. As his voice fell, ripples appeared in his eyes, and he sent a voice transmission to the void in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh! Then the 3 figures disappeared from the mountain peak in an instant like 3 rainbows and lightning. Bang, bang, bang in the void, an intense collision shook the world. Du Shaojing was knocked back, but he was unharmed. Purple electric arcs shone brightly on his body, and 10 divine rings appeared in the sky. The gigantic black, evil spirit's body dimmed, damaged. The blood moon's eyes were filled with rage, but there was also a hint of wariness. "Awoo!" A deafening howl rang out from the gigantic evil spirit's mouth, reverberating through the skies. "Awoo!" The demonic beasts and evil spirits in the surroundings howled. The dense mass of figures that blotted out the skies retreated rapidly, no longer attacking the group. The powerful evil spirits and demonic beasts did not linger as they left hurriedly as well. That gigantic evil spirit glared at Du Shaojing fiercely. Those blood, moon-like eyes of his were filled with greed and wariness. He then turned into a black light and disappeared into the skies. Du Shaojing did not chase after that gigantic evil spirit. Instead, he looked into the distance. There was a gigantic mountain peak there. At the same time, the 10 divine rings around the beautiful figure disappeared. Her full cultivation nirvana power was retracted, and her thunder martial vein was retracted. Chapter 1917. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. the Evil Spirits and demonic beasts retreated quickly. No one had any intention of chasing them. The loose cultivators and disciples of the small and medium-sized factions still had lingering fears. They had just escaped with their lives. If the evil spirits hadn't retreated, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for much longer. Du Shaojing stood in the air, her clothes fluttering and her hair dancing. She stared into the distance for a moment before retracting her gaze. Everyone raised their heads to look at the woman, their expressions changing. A natural-born saint venerable, a perfect nirvana paragon. She was a true genius, Demon King Du Xiaofu's twin sister. She's just as terrifying. An old man sighed inwardly. Compared to such a genius, all the old men present felt ashamed. Ha! Han Kexia laughed. His face was as pale as ash, but his laughter resounded through the air. He seemed very pleased with himself, but there was also a hint of sinister anger. He said to Du Shaojing, "Shaojing, you've come at the right time. Kill that brat and avenge the disciples of legalism." Han Ke Xia glared at Du Xiaofu, his gaze cold and venomous. Now that Du Shaojing had come, it was enough to kill that brat and avenge him. At this moment, compared to Yeluhan, Han Ke Xia's killing intent towards Du Xiaofu was undoubtedly stronger. Han Ke Xia's meridian spirit had been destroyed, affecting his cultivation. It would be extremely difficult for him to improve in the future. To him, this wasn't much different from death. And this Yeluhan, he should also die. Long Ming said, a cold smile in his eyes. The evil spirits and demonic beasts had retreated, and the legalism's Du Shaojing had come. This brat Yeluhan was definitely going to die. He had to avenge the dragon horn he had lost, because he had been seriously injured, and the battle with the evil spirits had put him in danger several times. Kill the two of them. The remaining members of the legalism and the dragons were all excited. Du Shaojing's arrival gave them absolute hope. Killing Yeluhan and the purple-haired man was undoubtedly in the bag. Is legalism going to strike back? The Taoist school, famous school, Jialo Guanyu and the others all paled. At this moment, the evil spirits had retreated and Du Shaojing had arrived. If he attacked Yeluhan and the mysterious purple-haired man, the two of them would most likely be doomed. Chi! Yeluhan's figure landed beside Du Xiaofu. His face was also deathly pale, his expression solemn. Without a doubt, Yeluhan had chosen to fight alongside Du Xiaofu. Once Du Xiaofu made a move, neither of them would be a match for him. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu looked at Du Shaojing and smiled bitterly. If Du Shaojing really attacked him, it would be troublesome. Du Shaojing's gaze landed on Du Xiaofu and Yeluhan. His gaze was calm as he sized them up. In the end, his gaze landed on Du Xiaofu. Her green dress fluttered in the wind. Her ink-black hair reflected the radiance of the sun. On her otherworldly face, her ethereal eyes twinkled like stars. Although her gaze was calm, the formless aura and moving aura was enough to make anyone present unable to look straight at her. However, Du Xiaofu looked straight at her, his eyes calm. He had never looked at her seriously before. A trace of warmth flowed out from his heart. It was the warmth of a blood connection. PFFF! Suddenly, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Du Shaojing's mouth. His gaze shifted away from Du Xiaofu, and he said to Han Ke, "There are still evil spirits nearby. The heavenly mountain has already appeared. It's not too late to settle some debts later." After leaving such a sentence, Du Shaojing leaped and left. He glanced at Du Xiaofu one last time before disappearing into the sky, leaving behind some astonished people. Han Ke, Long Ming, and the rest of the legalism dragons were even more stunned. "Old Sovereign Han, what is the meaning of your legalism?" Long Ming was a little angry. He could not accept that Du Shaojing of the legalism did not make a move. Shaojing was injured just now. There are still evil spirits nearby. Some debts can be settled later, Han Ke said to Long Ming. In the end, he glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu and waved his hand to lead the legalism disciples away. "Bastard, let's go." The legalism people had already left. At this moment, Long Ming did not dare to stay any longer. After gritting his teeth and cursing in his heart, he could only follow behind and leave. That evil spirit is too strong. Du Shaojing is also injured. She doesn't want to fight anymore. She wants to fight on the heavenly mountain. Du Shaojing has also come to the heavenly mountain. I'm afraid no one can stop her. People from various forces began to whisper. The strength that Du Shaojing had displayed made everyone afraid. Once they fought on the heavenly mountain, no one would be able to compete with her. Is she really injured? Du Xiaofu was a little puzzled at this moment. From the aura, he did not sense that his sister had been injured in the fight with the half-step sage evil spirit. However, the blood at the corner of her mouth was a little sudden. This made Du Xiaofu somewhat puzzled. Phew! Watching Du Xiaojing leave, Heavenly Fiend Yeluhan was obviously relieved. He turned and cupped his fist to Du Xiaofu and said, "Thank you for today. I, Yeluhan, owe you a favor. May I know your name? I just can't stand the legalism and the dragons bullying others with numbers." Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and smiled at Yeluhan. "My name is not as resounding as yours, Fu Xiaodu. Brother Fu is too polite. In short, I, Yeluhan, owe you a favor." Yeluhan said. This time, he really did owe the other party a favor. "Shameless expert, tell me where my sister Qingqing is now." Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice of reprimand rang out. Du Xiaofu immediately raised his eyebrows. This was Du Xiaoqing's voice. The previously calm surroundings were once again stirred. Du Xiaoqing had suddenly set her eyes on the expert of the expert. She came here because of her relationship with the Heavenly Mountain. More importantly, she was looking for Dongli Qingqing, who was being hunted by the expert. Originally, Du Xiaoqing did not have any chance of winning against the expert of the expert. However, with the expert of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan present, she would not miss this opportunity. Could it be that the desolate country wants to meddle in the affairs of the entire world? I'm afraid it's not qualified. Hui Yuan's expression was unsightly. Who doesn't know that Sister Qingqing is my brother's sister-in-law? If the expert of the expert makes a move against my sister-in-law, it's the same as making a move against the desolate country. As for qualifications, could it be that the expert of the expert group is stronger than legalism and the dragons? I advise the expert of the expert group to immediately hand over my sister-in-law. Otherwise, when my brother comes, the expert group will know that the desolate country does not have the qualifications. Du Xiaoqing looked straight at Hui Yuan. Hearing this, the experts of the expert group secretly twitched their faces. They naturally knew who Du Xiaoqing's brother was. When the Demon King was mentioned, they could not help but feel apprehensive. Legalism, the expert group, and the dragons had already suffered great losses. The Demon King was incomparably ferocious. However, the expert group had to deal with Dongli Qingqing no matter what. Otherwise, there would be no end to their troubles. Moreover, the expert group had been chasing after Dongli Qingqing all this time. Not only did they not succeed, but they had also suffered great losses. At this moment, Du Xiaoqing was blocking their path and demanding for their sister-in-law. When they thought of this, the experts of the expert group were secretly furious. Does the desolate country really think that they can join the 9 great families? Little girl, you are even less qualified. An elder of the expert group spoke. A dignified expert was not to be trifled with. After being berated by Du Xiaoqing, the expert group's reputation was greatly damaged. Do you think the expert group is so great? Dongli Qingqing is the daughter-in-law of our golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan's junior clan leader. It seems that the expert group will have to give our golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan an explanation today. His voice was neither cold nor warm, but everyone could hear the overbearing threat behind it. The one who spoke was Elder Jialo Guanyu. Dongli Qingqing had also roughly informed him of the situation through voice transmission. However, the expression of the elder from the expert group immediately turned ugly. He was most afraid of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan interfering. If the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan were to take action at this moment, none of them present would be able to stop them. Everyone looked at each other and did not say anything. Du Xiaofu also did not say anything. He just stood by the side and watched the show. Golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan, don't go too far. The strongest elder from the expert group spoke. His face twitched fiercely. The golden-winged Great Pungbird clan was a tyrannical and powerful clan. The entire expert group had no choice but to fear them. Is this going too far? If you don't hand over the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan's member today, do you believe that I won't go even further? Jialo Guanyu's eyes emitted a golden light. His aura began to surge. The threat was self-evident, that Dongli Qingqing is clearly a member of the Great Luin sect. When did she become a member of the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan? The elder from the expert group was very sullen. This was clearly Jialo Guanyu deliberately looking for trouble. Do you dare say that the daughter-in-law of the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan is not a member of the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan? If you touch a member of the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan, don't blame me for being impolite. Jialo Guanyu shouted. The experts of the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan all stared at the expert from the expert group. Golden light was released, and their aura surged. There were signs that they were about to attack. Jialo Guanyu, the elder from the expert group, was very angry, but at this moment he was truly afraid. He looked at Jialo Guanyu, the experts of the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan, as well as the desolate country's heavenly wolf Gu Tianxiao, Du Shaoqing, and Little Tiger. They were not easy to deal with either. His gaze sank, and he said, "We are also looking for that Dongli Qingqing. She has killed many of our disciples. In that case, are we going to put the blame on the golden-winged Great Pungbird clan?" "Humph, didn't my sister-in-law fall into the hands of your expert group? Why should I believe you?" Du Shaoqing stared at the elder from the expert group and asked, "If you want to attack, then attack. My expert group will accompany you." The elder from the expert group was angry. When had the dignified expert group ever been so sullen? The disciples of the expert group were also extremely angry. When had the disciples of the expert group ever been looked down upon like this? Moreover, they all had extremely high statuses in the expert group. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. Hearing the words of the elder from the expert group, it seemed that Dongli Qingqing had not fallen into the hands of the expert group yet. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. He pondered and then secretly transmitted his voice. At this moment, the pale and handsome face of Lien Qingrong, who was watching the show from the side, suddenly changed color. His clear eyes immediately searched the surrounding crowd. In the end, intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze directly fell on Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1918. However, Lien Qingrong's gaze didn't linger for long. She looked at the disciples of the famous families and the golden-winged rocks and said, "The person the Huang country wants hasn't fallen into the hands of the famous families yet. Why do you need to stir up trouble again? Those evil spirits haven't gone far yet. If we kill each other and attract those evil spirits and demonic beasts, it will implicate everyone." Lien Qingrong's words immediately surprised everyone. The golden-winged rocks, the Huang country, and the famous families were three. Even the Taoists and Buddhists knew that it wasn't good for them to interfere. It was a whirlpool. Who would have thought that the successor of the great snow mountain would interfere? Moreover, she was obviously biased towards the famous families. This naturally surprised everyone. "Lien Qingrong, what do you mean by this? Are you siding with the famous families? Back then, you were trampled on by the rock emperor of the Huang country. Have you forgotten the pain after the scar healed?" Mo Tianxiao's expression darkened. His eyes were cold as he stared at Lien Qingrong. "Mo Tianxiao, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Don't talk about the Huang country's ruler. If you have the ability, let's fight." An icy aura surged around Lien Qingrong. Frost appeared around her as she stared at Mo Tianxiao. "You want to fight? I want to test your current strength. I'll accompany you." Mo Tianxiao had never been a good person to provoke. Although he hadn't entered the supreme tomb in the divine domain, the benefits he had obtained later were even better than many of the geniuses who had entered the supreme tomb. He definitely wasn't afraid of Lien Qingrong. Those evil spirits just left and could return at any time. If the Huang country and the famous families both suffer heavy losses, be careful of the dragons and legalism returning. At that time, the gains won't make up for the losses. Moreover, the person the Huang country is looking for isn't in the hands of the famous families. Why go too far? At that time, if those evil spirits and demonic beasts return, it will indeed be disadvantageous to all of us. Du Xiaofu spoke, showing signs that he was siding with the famous families. Yalu Han looked at Du Xiaofu in astonishment, but then he obviously agreed with Du Xiaofu. He was already unhappy with the desolate country. Everyone was flabbergasted. No one had thought that the descendant of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong, would intervene. What was even more unexpected was that the purple-haired man who called himself Fu Xiaodu and Yalu Han were also clearly supporting a famous family. These were three powerhouses with decent strength. None of them were easy to deal with. If the three of them were to really help the famous clan, then even if the desolate country and the Golden Rock clan were to win, they would have to pay a hefty price. At this moment, the happiest people were naturally the disciples of the famous families. In particular, Hui Yuan and the leader of the famous family elders were secretly pleasantly surprised. If the descendant of the great snow mountain, the heavenly demon Yaluhan, and the purple-haired man really did not like the desolate country and decided to help the famous family, then they would have more support. The descendant of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong, had been seriously injured by the demon king, Du Xiaofu. The heavenly demon Yaluhan had not asked for help from the desolate country at the last moment. They were afraid that this had nothing to do with the desolate country. It was definitely possible that they had been tricked by that brat Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the famous family elders did not have any doubts. It seemed that brat Du Xiaofu had many enemies outside. Jialo Guanyu's golden eyes swept across Lian Qingrong, the heavenly demon Yaluhan, and Du Xiaofu. Finally, his eyes moved away from the famous family elders. He said to Du Xiaoqing, "Little Qing, let's forget about this matter for now. Finding your sister-in-law is more important. Let's go to the Heavenly Yu Mountain to find her first. According to the information we received, that sister-in-law of yours should also be heading to the Heavenly Yu Mountain." Jialo Zhihing said. He felt that the famous family elders did not seem to be lying. Moreover, this was indeed not the right time to make a move. With the threat of the evil spirits and demonic beasts, as well as the legalism and dragons in the vicinity, once they made a move against the famous family elders, it would not be beneficial for them. "All right, let's go find Sister Qing first." Du Xiaoqing nodded. She did not want to immediately start a fight with the famous family elders. She only wanted to see if she could find any information about Dongli Qingqing. At this moment, she felt that the famous family elders were unable to do anything to Dongli Qingqing. The most important thing now was to find Sister Qing. Otherwise, she would not be able to face her brother when the time came. "Let's go." Jialo Guanyu soared into the sky and left. Everyone followed behind. Swoosh, swoosh, the surrounding people gradually left as well. No one wanted those evil spirits to return. After all, everyone came here for the Heavenly Yu Mountain. The golden-winged great rocks and the desolate nations people were also in the direction of the Heavenly Yu Mountain. They followed behind. If they encountered an army of evil spirits and demonic beasts, they would be able to obtain some protection. "Let's go!" The Taoists and Buddhists did not linger either. This place was not suitable for them to stay for long. They also needed to find a place to heal their injuries. The Heavenly Yu Mountain had appeared, and they did not want others to take the initiative. "Brother Yalu, you also came for the Heavenly Yu Mountain, right? There are many people from various major forces. Why don't we travel together?" Watching the golden-winged great rocks and the desolate nations' disciples leave, Du Xiaofu's eyes secretly moved. He looked at the heavenly demon Yaluhan and asked, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Yaluhan nodded. This Fu Xiaofu had intervened to help. He was probably looking for an ally to enter the Heavenly U Mountain together. If he was alone, he would not be able to compete with the other major forces. Moreover, he still had to face the legalism and dragons, and even the school of vertical and horizontal. At this moment, he indeed needed a strong ally. Can you come with us? We can travel together and look after each other. What do you think? Du Xiaofu looked at the great snow mountain's descendant, Lian Qingrong, and asked. It was obvious that he wanted to form an alliance with her. Forget it. You guys already have a lot of trouble. Take care. Lian Qingrong smiled and bluntly refused. This guy and Yeluhan are the targets of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal in the dragons. Is he still looking for someone to be cannon fodder? Some of the famous clan members muttered in their hearts, but they did not say it out loud. After all, these two people had helped the famous clan. Forget it. We won't force you, but you are always welcome. Haha. Du Xiaofu smiled and signaled the heavenly demon Yeluhan with his eyes. Then he leaped up and disappeared into the void. Seeing Du Xiaofu and the heavenly demon Yeluhan leave, the famous clans Hui Yuan and the leading old man's eyes flickered. The great snow mountain's inheritance is ancient and was once prominent in the world. It was a pity that we never got to see it. Fortunately, the great snow mountain has produced another descendant and shocked the world. The leading old man of the famous clan spoke to Lian Qingrong very politely. A smile hung on his pale old face as he said, Everyone is going to the Heavenly U Mountain. Why don't you come with us? We know a lot of secret information about the Heavenly U Mountain. If we go together, we can look after each other. The leading old man of the famous clan originally wanted to rope in the heavenly demon Yeluhan and the mysterious purple-haired man. However, the two had offended the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. If the famous clan tried to rope them in, they would undoubtedly become enemies with the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. After weighing the pros and cons, the leading old man of the famous clan had no choice but to give up on the idea of roping in the heavenly demon Yeluhan and the mysterious purple-haired man. It was not wise to start a conflict with the dragons, the legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal for the two of them. On the contrary, the great snow mountain's descendant, Lian Qingrong, could definitely be roped in. Brother Lian, please come with us. Hui Yuan spoke, his attitude extremely modest. This was the famous clan's olive branch. They wanted to rope in the great snow mountain's descendant, who would be a great help in the heavenly devil battlefield. If they could rope in her in the future, it would be even better. One had to know that she was a supreme being. She was on the same level as the heavenly wolf Gu Tianshao, the heavenly demon Yeluhan, and the fire cloud evil god Dugafenshin. That's fine. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lian Qingrong looked at the leading old man of the famous clan and Hui Yuan. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded under their expectant gazes. That's great. The famous clan's members were secretly delighted. If they could rope in such a supreme being, it would definitely be a great help. The mountains were deep and lush with unknown plants that emitted light. On a mountain peak, several members of the legalism were recuperating, their bodies shrouded in light. Xiaojing, you should have killed that brat and Yeluhan. Han Ke asked Du Xiaojing. Although she had something to say to Longming, she still hadn't let it go. Those evil spirits are being controlled by someone. Someone is nearby. The person you want to kill is hiding his strength. I can't see through him. Du Xiaojing stood on the mountain peak, looking into the distance. His gaze was calm and carried a kind of ethereal feeling. You're saying that the brat is still hiding his strength? Han Ke frowned. He also felt that the mysterious purple-haired man hadn't used his full strength when he fought with him. He felt like he hadn't had enough. He should be very strong. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill him. Moreover, the Heavenly Mountain has already appeared. Let's heal quickly. It won't be too late to act after the Heavenly Mountain is over, said Du Xiaojing. The corner of Han Kei's eyes twitched. He was speechless. He had indeed suspected that the brat was hiding his strength. Xiaojing, you're a disciple of the legalism. You have the bloodline of the legalism. When the heavenly devil battlefield opens, the great calamity of the world will descend again. But even if this great calamity can't be stopped, the legalism still has a chance to stay out of it. There are too many secrets in this world. With your talent, you will have unimaginable glory in the future. Do you understand? Han Kei said sincerely. His voice was like the sound of the Tao that could penetrate people's hearts. I understand. Du Xiaojing turned back, his expression calm. He then sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. Whoosh! In a hidden cave, there were restrictions and seals set up. Inside the cave, there was a mysterious white light shrouding it. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, circulating a mysterious, incomplete cultivation technique. An ancient and mysterious pressure spread out. Not far away, the heavenly demon Yeluhan was surrounded by a dark, red, evil aura. His injuries were not light, and he had consumed a lot of energy. He could encounter the legalism, dragons, and people from the school of vertical and horizontal at any time. He needed to be in peak condition. Whoosh! The white divine light retracted. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, which were bright and clear. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi, and the aura around him shook the void. Chapter 1919. Brother Fu, you seem to be recovering well. Yeluhan's voice sounded. He had also stopped his breathing, and his face had regained some color. However, when he saw that Du Xiaofu seemed to be completely fine, he was secretly shocked. I'm fine. How is your recovery? Du Xiaofu got up and stretched his body. He cast the disguised divine art, and his entire temperament changed. I'm fine now. We can set off. Yeluhan nodded. The battle between the evil spirits and the demonic beasts didn't have much effect on him. His cultivation method and meridian spirit could absorb the baleful aura for his own use. It was extremely abnormal. The heavenly Yu Mountain has appeared. I'm sure that all the forces have already gathered there. When the time comes, there will be a fierce battle. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. His sister Xiaojing, Su Yangzi, Hung Luan, and the others had all come for the heavenly Yu Mountain. Not long ago, when the evil spirits and demonic beasts retreated, they felt a familiar, powerful aura. This time, there would definitely be a fierce battle. The 9 great families, Huang Country, Golden-Winged, Great Peng Clan, and the others have the advantage in numbers. Maybe we can find some people to ally with. Otherwise, when the time comes, we will be at a disadvantage. Yeluhan pondered. He couldn't help but be wary of the legalism Du Xiaojing. This time, if it wasn't for Fu Xiaodu's help, just Long Ming and the legalism Han Kuanging would be enough to kill him. At this moment, Du Xiaojing and the others had also gone to the heavenly Yu Mountain. If they didn't have the strength to protect themselves, not to mention fighting for the legendary heavenly treasures, their own lives would be in danger. However, there aren't many people who can compete with the 9 great families, the Golden-Winged Great Peng Clan, and the Huang Country. Yeluhan frowned. It wasn't easy to form an alliance with the 9 great clans, the Huang Country, and the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. At the very least, only the descendant of the Great Snowy Mountain, Lian Qingrong, had the qualifications to form an alliance with him. Only people of that level were qualified to form an alliance with him. However, people at that level were definitely not easy to find. Even if they found them, they might not necessarily form an alliance with him. After all, the news that he was being pursued by the 9 great Peng clan, the dragons, and the school of legalism had already spread across the heavenly devil battlefield. Du Xiaofu looked at Yeluhan with a faint smile on his face. Are you afraid of Du Xiaojing? I'm not afraid. Nirvana. Nirvana. Great Nirvana, a great supreme Nirvana, innate saint sovereign. Is great is Nirvana, a saint to Nirvana great Peng. Great Yana, great great, great, great nirvana, pung great greats nirvana and then nirvana, and then let's go. The heavenly mountain should be very lively now. Du Xiaofu laughed heartily as he looked at Yelu Han. However, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he narrowed his eyes and said, they should also be rushing to the heavenly Yu mountain. Swoosh, swoosh! A moment later, the seal of the cave opened and the two figures flew away. In the dusky sky, there was a radiance hanging in the sky. It was unknown whether it was the moon or the sun. The radiance was dim and covered by a red blood mist. The mountains were rugged and magnificent. There wasn't much life, but one could occasionally see a lush green land. Swoosh, swoosh! Two figures streaked across the sky. They were Du Xiaofu and heavenly demon Yelu Han, who were heading towards the heavenly Yu mountain. Has it always been like this? How long have we been in here? Du Xiaofu looked at the radiance in the sky covered by the blood mist and asked. It's daytime, so the radiance is brighter than at night. Some places have accumulated too much demonic aura and can't be seen. Heavenly demon Yelu Han explained to Du Xiaofu, explaining to Du Xiaofu while rolling his eyes at Du Xiaofu. So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu didn't care about Yelu Han's rolling eyes. The two had been rushing for several hours. With their speed, they had crossed a large area. The legend of the heavenly Yu mountain was enough to attract experts from all over the world. There was also an army of evil spirits and demonic beasts. Not long ago, a half-sage evil spirit expert had appeared. Therefore, Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han didn't dare to be careless. Along the way, the two of them also encountered many creatures who were also heading towards the heavenly Yu mountain. However, with Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han's speed and invisible aura they released, no one dared to provoke them. The heavenly Yu mountain isn't actually a mountain. It's said that it's a vast mountain range. It's surrounded by dangers and can't be climbed. Even if you reach the heavenly Yu mountain, you might not be able to enter. Yelu Han told Du Xiaofu everything he knew about the heavenly Yu mountain. He didn't hide anything. Are there living creatures in the heavenly Yu mountain? Du Xiaofu asked curiously. He knew that heavenly demon Yelu Han was the same as Lian Qingrong and heavenly wolf Gu Tianshao. Although he looked young, he was someone who had sealed him. In fact, he was someone who had lived for a long time. He might even be older than Han Ke Yao and the others. Moreover, he had entered the heavenly devil battlefield earlier. He might know more than him. I don't know if there are living creatures in the heavenly Yu mountain, but saint herbs are considered living creatures. It's said that there are saint herbs in the heavenly Yu mountain. However, even if you enter the heavenly Yu mountain, it's very difficult to obtain them, Yelu Han said. Du Xiaofu clicked his tongue. He had heard many legends along the way. For example, there were rumors that if one took a saint herb, even an ordinary person could soar to the heavens in a single step. They could compete with the supreme pride of heaven, or even directly step into the saint realm. There were also rumors that the heavenly Yu mountain had countless spirit herbs. Over the years, some of these spirit herbs had already turned into monster spirits. You don't seem to know anything. Where did you come from? I've never heard of your name before. With your talent and cultivation strength, it shouldn't be like this. Yelu Han was very curious about Du Xiaofu. Why didn't such a young powerhouse have any fame? He hadn't even heard of him in the divine realm. This made Yelu Han even more suspicious. My sect is ancient and there are very few disciples. Now I'm the only one left. I haven't come out for a long time. Now that the heavenly devil battlefield has opened, I've come out on my master's orders. I want to sweep through the world and shake the world with my name. Du Xiaofu calmly said. Yelu Han glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu. He was a bit curious, but he no longer doubted him. His situation was similar to his. What about you? Where did you come from? I heard people say that you sealed yourself. Why? Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened as he asked Yelu Han. He was also very curious about Yelu Han's origin. My sect is also ancient. In my generation, I'm the last one. I sealed myself because I wanted to fight for a great opportunity in the sovereign tomb and advance further. When the sovereign tomb was mentioned, Yelu Han still had some lingering fear and anger. Back then, he had almost been trampled to death by the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Later, he had been tricked, which was why he was in such a troublesome situation now. After a slight pause, Yelu Han continued, "Later on, although I obtained some benefits in the sovereign tomb, I missed the greatest opportunity by a step." Du Xiaofu was calm when he heard this, but he was very clear in his heart. Yelu Han's words were simple, but such a person was very powerful and terrifying. Back then, he was a Nirvana sovereign, but he was willing to seal himself for thousands of years just to improve his foundation. If he had the opportunity, his achievements would be limitless. It hadn't been long since the divine domain opened. At this moment, Yelu Han was already at the half-step Nirvana realm. This kind of progress was enough to prove how terrifying his talent was. This time, you fought with the legalisms Han Ke Fong. No matter what, the legalism, the dragons, and even the school of vertical and horizontal will remember you. You have to be careful. This time, the experts from the three great clans are not limited to just Han Ke Fong, Long Ming, and the others. There are even more experts from the older generation who have come. They are searching for other places in the heavenly devil battlefield. Once they encounter us, they won't be polite. Yelu Han said to Du Xiaofu, no matter what the other party's goal was, it was because of him that they had offended the three great clans. It doesn't matter. If we really fight, who knows who will be the unlucky one? Du Xiaofu helplessly shrugged. He didn't care about the people from the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons. However, Du Xiaofu was also worried. A half-step sage-level evil spirit had already appeared in the heavenly devil battlefield. If the sage realm experts from the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons were able to enter the heavenly devil battlefield, then things would be a bit bad. Thus, he had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Yelu Han didn't say much about Du Xiaofu's indifferent words. He also knew that when he fought with Han Ke Fong, this mysterious man who called himself Fu Xiaodu hadn't used his full strength. Perhaps he was still holding back. Whoosh whoosh. Ow! The two of them rushed towards the heavenly Yu Mountain. Along the way, they encountered more and more living beings. There were humans, beasts, and many beasts in human form. They were extraordinary, and there were many powerful auras. However, these living beings didn't interfere with each other. No one wanted to cause trouble. Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han continued on their way. Their speed surpassed many people. After a few more hours, a dark plane appeared, but there was a red blood mist lingering in the sky. I heard that after passing through this plane, we should arrive at the heavenly Yu Mountain. Yelu Han said, looking into the distance. They had finally arrived at their destination. He was also filled with anticipation for the legendary Saint Medicine in the heavenly Yu Mountain. If he could obtain it, he would be able to suppress all the supreme heaven's pride experts. There seems to be some movement inside. Du Xiaofu didn't look at the endless dark plain. Instead, he looked at the towering mountain range on the left side of the plain. He narrowed his eyes and felt some movement. There was an extremely powerful aura fluctuating in the distance. Yelu Han frowned and looked in the direction Du Xiaofu was looking. However, he didn't see anything. This made Yelu Han secretly shocked. This was enough to prove that the other party's primordial spirit was much stronger than his. The aura seems familiar. Let's go take a look. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, then jumped into the mountain range. Yelu Han stared at Du Xiaofu's back, but he had no choice but to follow. Chapter 1920. Awu! In the dusky mountain range, the roars of beasts could be heard as raging flames filled the sky. Numerous demonic beasts were wailing miserably in the flames, but they were unable to escape. One by one, the huge demonic beasts were burned to ashes by the terrifying flames. Even the demonic chi was burned into nothingness. The flames were not ordinary flames. They could burn everything. Hula! A blazing aura fluctuated as the vast sea of flames shrank. In the end, a cluster of raging flames seemed to rise. A young man in flame armor walked out of the raging flames. His eyes were like two volcanoes that could burn and destroy everything, but then the terrifying aura disappeared. This man was very young and had an invisible aura of heaven and earth. It was as if a god of fire had descended. "Why are you hiding? You're just a scoundrel." The young man in flame armor glanced at the distant sky with blazing eyes. His voice was calm, but there was a domineering aura in it. "Bullshit! We're just here to watch the show." A shout came from afar. When the last word fell, two figures landed in the void. These two were none other than Du Xiaofu and heavenly demon Yeluhan. Fire Cloud, evil god Dugafenshin, a terrifying guy. He also comes from a declining ancient power. He's a supreme Nirvana realm cultivator. When the two figures landed, heavenly demon Yeluhan's slightly surprised voice transmission fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. How could Du Xiaofu not recognize the man in ancient flame armor in front of him? He had interacted with him in the divine domain. Back then, Du Xiaofu had learned from Qi Shi and Little Xingxing that he had fought with the two of them. This Dugu Fenshin seemed to have a good relationship with Lian Qingrong. He was also an expert on the same level as the undead spirit demon Dongfang Qingmu, the Dark Hell Emperor Mingyao, and heavenly demon Yeluhan. Du Xiaofu wasn't surprised to see Dugu Fenshin here. It seemed like this guy had most likely come for the heavenly mountain. However, he was more interested in Dugu Fenshin's current cultivation. However, Du Xiaofu secretly observed Dugu Fenshin. He discovered that Dugu Fenshin also had some kind of secret technique. His cultivation was restrained, and it was difficult to see through him. However, he could feel that his invisible aura was not inferior to the heavenly evil Yeluhan. Yeluhan! When Fire Cloud evil god Dugu Fenshin saw heavenly fiend Du Xiaofu, he was also secretly surprised. His blazing eyes rippled as he curiously sized up Du Xiaofu. Dugu Fenshin was curious about this unfamiliar purple-haired man. His aura was calm and undetectable. Dugu Fenshin had never met him before. Since he was able to walk together with the heavenly fiend Yeluhan, he would not be a weakling. "What's the matter?" Staring at Yeluhan and Du Xiaofu, Dugu Fenshin spoke. His chi was arrogant, but it wasn't annoying. People like him should be arrogant. "Nothing, we're just passing by." Yeluhan's eyes flickered. His invisible aura was not inferior to Dugu Fenshin's. When the two of them met, they couldn't help but feel that neither was willing to give an inch. Du Xiaofu looked around. The vast mountain range had been burned into a dark red color by the raging flames. The blazing aura was still lingering in the air. Below him, there were traces of ancient caves and ancient remnant arrays. It seemed like the Fire Cloud evil god Dugu Fenshin had been searching for treasures here. He had encountered a powerful demonic beast and caused a great battle. "No, we have something to do." As Yeluhan's voice faded, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and said to Dugu Fenshin. Hearing this, Yeluhan's expression slightly changed. Dugu Fenshin looked straight at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" "Wait a moment, I'll tell you later." Du Xiaofu ignored Dugu Fenshin and asked Yeluhan, "Brother Yelu, do you think Dugu Fenshin is qualified to form an alliance with us? Aren't we looking for someone to form an alliance with? Do you think he is qualified? If not, then forget it." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Yeluhan's expression couldn't help but twitch. So this guy didn't even know Dugu Fenshin? However, at this moment, they were indeed looking for someone to form an alliance with. Fire Cloud evil god, Great Snow Mountain's descendant Lian Qingrong, and himself were all existences on the same level. Naturally, they were the most qualified. Yelu Han helplessly smiled bitterly and nodded to Du Xiaofu, saying he is qualified. That's good. I thought he wasn't qualified. Du Xiaofu said seriously. Dugu Fenshin's volcano-like eyes were about to erupt at any time after hearing Du Xiaofu's words. A stranger actually didn't put him in his eyes and wanted to form an alliance with him. He even doubted whether he was qualified or not. How could Dugu Fenshin, who was originally arrogant and belligerent, endure such an attitude and contempt? His reappearance had shocked the world. A nirvana supremacy was enough to compete for supremacy among supremes. However, the other party was just a stranger, yet he did not take him to heart. Brat, you are very arrogant, aren't you? Dugu Fenshin stared at Du Xiaofu with raging flames in his eyes. You will get used to it in the future, Du Xiaofu replied. He then looked at Dugu Fenshin and said, We are looking for someone to form an alliance with and go to Heavenly Yu Mountain. You should come with us, and we will split the treasures equally. How about it? Ha 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 ha. Dugu Fenshin laughed heartily. He was very arrogant, born with an innate arrogance. He didn't even put his peers from the 9 great clans in his eyes. At this moment, this stranger was trying to rope him in to form an alliance. How could he feel good? Moreover, the news of evil spirit and being chased by legalism had spread across the entire heavenly devil battlefield. How could he not know? Even if he wanted to form an alliance with someone, he wouldn't form an alliance with Yelu Han. Dugu Fenshin stared at Du Xiaofu and said in a gloomy tone, Are you qualified? Little Du, don't be so arrogant. Cultivation is not easy. Be careful of your own mistakes. Du Xiaofu glared at Dugu Fenshin like an elder. Which ancient sect does this brat belong to? Yelu Han secretly smacked his lips while looking at Du Xiaofu. He wasn't afraid of Dugu Fenshin, but he definitely wouldn't put him in his eyes like this. Given Dugu Fenshin's fiery temper, calling him Little Du was enough to make him fight to the death. Brat, I have to say you're making me unhappy. Dugu Fenshin's words came out of his mouth. The ancient flame armor on his body emitted blazing flame runes. His aura instantly soared and the air started to distort. AI, it seems like you don't agree. What a pity. Du Xiaofu sighed, feeling a sense of disappointment. He then glanced at Yelu Han and said, Brother Yelu, let's kill him. He should have some good treasures on him. Let's split them equally. This, Yelu Han couldn't help but be startled when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. Dugu Fenshin didn't want to form an alliance with him. This was the fire cloud evil god Dugu Fenshin. This guy actually wanted to kill him. Even if the two of them weren't inferior to Dugu Fenshin, they might not be able to kill him even if they joined hands. Defeating and killing were 2 completely different things. Who didn't have a few life-saving trump cards? Go all out, don't let this guy escape. Du Xiaofu patted Yelu Han's shoulder and said. Yelu Han didn't say a word. His eyes were filled with waves and his heart was pounding. The outside world called him Heavenly Fiend because he killed people without blinking an eye. But at this moment, Yelu Han felt that this seemingly gentle guy was even more vicious and merciless than him. Come here and die. Dugu Fenshin couldn't bear it anymore. Flames surged out from his feet like a cloud of flames. He stood on top of the cloud and looked at Du Xiaofu with disdain. He didn't say anything. He wanted to kill the former. This was his stance. I will ruthlessly beat you up. Du Xiaofu cast a sidelong glance at Dugu Fenshin. He stood in the sky, facing Dugu Fenshin's blazing aura without moving. His aura was even more domineering than Dugu Fenshin's. This guy is really... Yelu Han was completely speechless. This was probably the first time in so many years that someone dared to not put Dugu Fenshin in his eyes. Even though he knew that Dugu Fenshin was unfathomable, Dugu Fenshin was definitely not an ordinary person. Dugu Fenshin's aura was clearly blazing, but his expression was ice cold at the moment. Not to mention the past. Even in the past few years, no one had ever acted so arrogantly in front of him. Some supreme-level geniuses would take a detour when they encountered him. Not many people dared to compete with him. They were afraid of fighting him. But now, this stranger in front of him didn't put him in his eyes. He couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 19:21. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Dugafenchen made his move. A blazing aura instantly gushed out in all directions. Raging flames surged and turned into a flaming bird. It was destructive and terrifying. It flapped its wings and blasted open spatial ripples. It pressed down towards Du Xiaofu from all directions. This kind of aura was very terrifying. Although Dugafenchen didn't go all out, he didn't hold back either. Sizzle! The huge flaming bird spread its wings and covered the sky. The blazing aura of destruction was even more terrifying. It's just SOO. If it's only this kind of strength, I'll be disappointed. You don't have the qualifications to form an alliance with me. Du Xiaofu spoke softly in a carefree manner as he soared into the sky. He didn't retreat, but advanced instead. His hands formed seals, and with a sweep of his sleeve, an invisible fluctuation directly shot into the sky. There were mysterious runes flashing about, and they carried the Tao of nature as they instantly dispersed the flaming bird. In an instant, terrifying blazing flame runes poured out like lava. It was blazing and terrifying. Yellow Han didn't find it strange. He knew Du Xiaofu's strength. However, Dugafenchen was a little shocked. His heart trembled. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, it was enough to make an ordinary domain realm cultivator not dare to face it head-on. However, that mysterious purple-haired man had effortlessly countered his attack. With this attack, Dugafenchen was certain that the mysterious purple-haired man was definitely not weaker than Yellow Han. Good, you do have some ability. Dugafenchen no longer dared to be careless. His expression turned serious as his hair fluttered in the wind. His ancient flame armor blazed brightly as a wave of blazing flame swept out from his body, accompanied by the rumbling sound of wind and thunder. It was like a surging tsunami as it swept toward Du Xiaofu. Sizzle! Du Xiaofu's figure moved horizontally, but he did not retreat. The terrifying flames could destroy everything. Although Du Xiaofu had concealed his strength with the immortal Xian body and the purple flame demonic phoenix in his body, such flames could not do much damage to him. Even if Du Xiaofu didn't do anything, such fire wouldn't be able to harm his body. Qila! This time, Du Xiaofu took the initiative to attack. With a shake of his arm, he charged through the waves of flames. He used the simplest and most direct attack, raising his fist and punching at Dugafenchen. Boom! Wherever this punch passed, spatial ripples spread out in all directions, cutting off and dispersing the huge wave of flames. The sound of wind and thunder resounded, as if the void was about to be shattered. The scene was simple and domineering, but the scene was extremely terrifying. There was an aura that devoured mountains and rivers, a power that looked down on the world. Dugafenchen's heart trembled once again. His pupils shrunk a little, but in an instant his fist collided with Dugafenchen's like a fireball. Boom! The flames in the air were like a tide, surging violently as runes scattered in all directions. Chi-la-la! Under such a punch, Dugafenchen's body was directly pushed back in the void. His expression instantly changed. At this moment, only Dugafenchen himself knew that his fist was numb with intense pain. It was as if his bones were about to crack. The purple-haired man's fist was like the toughest steel plate, almost shattering his bones. Du Xiaofu stood in the void, but his body only swayed a few times. Although he suppressed his cultivation, with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, Dugafenchen wouldn't be able to gain any advantage even if he went all out. He should also be at the half-step rebirth realm. Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart. With just one move, he had roughly probed Dugafenchen's true cultivation level. It seemed to be on the same level as the heavenly demon Yellow Han. Huff! Yellow Han was speechless when he saw Dugafenchen being pushed back while Du Xiaofu remained unmoved. Yellow Han felt that he wasn't much stronger than Dugafenchen. If he fought with this prefectural governor, he would also be suppressed. Boom! After being suppressed in one move, Dugu Fenshin's body was shrouded in endless magma-like flames. An ancient and mysterious pressure spread out from the ancient flame armor that covered his body. His eyes seemed to contain two volcanoes as he unreservedly released his half-step rebirth, nirvana cultivation. Surging flames shot out from the void, enveloping the sky and burning the world. Are you going all out? Let's end this quickly. Sensing Dugu Fenshin's aura, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. His aura suddenly changed as well. Boom! The void suddenly changed color, and a mysterious power descended. In an instant, resplendent runes gushed out from Du Xiaofu's body, and his body underwent a strange transformation. Du Xiaofu's body swelled and turned into a 300-meter tall giant. This was the body of the sorcerer god. His entire body was covered in misty mist, as if millions of mountains had descended from the sky. He had traveled through time and space from ancient times. The power of the sorcerer god? Are you from the scholarly faction? Dugu Fenshin couldn't help but ask in surprise. He had fought with the scholarly faction before he was sealed, so he was very familiar with the power of the sorcerer god. I have no relationship with the scholarly faction. Du Xiaofu's enormous body of the shaman god stood towering in midair as he spoke. His voice was like a thunderclap, and it caused dark clouds to press down from the sky, while winds and clouds to surge. The surging energy of the shaman god traversed space from the ancient times, and it was extremely terrifying. Boom! The flames around Dugu Fenshin's body began to become violent and fierce. A blazing aura enveloped the void as if countless volcanoes were erupting. Feeling the terrifying power of the sorcerer god, he knew that today was going to be a great battle. Fire's sovereign finger. Boom! A fingerprint swept out from Dugu Fenshin's hand. This fingerprint swept through the sky as if it contained the eruption of a volcano. Dugu Fenshin's battle intent surged as he didn't retreat. Sorcerer breaks all laws. Du Xiaofu made his move. The surrounding void was filled with endless wind and thunder. In an instant, a sea of fire covered the sky as the power of the sorcerer god enveloped the void. Du Xiaofu and Dugu Fenshin fought fiercely. The two of them exchanged several moves in an instant. The battle between the two of them could shatter the void with a raise of their hands, but it also contained an indescribable aura. Both of them could look down on their peers. This was a battle between supremes. Every move of theirs was vast and mighty, shattering the void. Boom! In this intense battle, a monstrous, baleful aura suddenly surged into the sky and swept through the firmament. The billowing, baleful aura gushed out from the void. Heavenly demon Yeluhan made his move and didn't stay idle. At this point, Yeluhan had no other choice. Fu Xiao had even used the power of the sorcerer god to deal with Dugu Fenshin. If he let Dugu Fenshin escape today, he would definitely come to settle accounts with him in the future. Rumble! The heavenly sound was unceasing, and 6 divine rings rose into the sky. From Yeluhan's body, a vast power surged out along with billowing, baleful aura. It was as if there was a divine fire burning in his body. Dazzling dark red runes were released, turning into a majestic sea of baleful aura. The runes were suffused with a dazzling light. This sea of baleful aura turned into a solid substance, devouring everything. Kill! Kill! Yeluhan used the power of the sorcerer god and his sea of baleful aura. The sea of baleful aura surged and affected the space-time, turning into a thunderous power that swept towards Dugu Fenshin. Yeluhan! Although Dugu Fenshin was at a disadvantage from the beginning of the battle with Du Xiaofu, his heart was heavy when Yeluhan joined the battle. However, the corners of his mouth curled up into a scorching, cold smile. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He was originally a battle maniac. Ha 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 ha, so what if you join hands? Dugu Fenshin laughed. Similarly, 6 dazzling lights appeared in the sky. forming a blazing divine ring that enveloped his body. It was as if he was enveloped in 6 overlapping suns. Blazing light bloomed, and an indescribable power descended from the void, distorting the space and affecting the space-time. Boom! At the same time, mysterious talismans covered his entire body. Dugu Fenshin activated his sea of baleful aura. It was a terrifying scarlet tree vine that was golden in color and emitted a terrifying aura. It's actually the scarlet fire gold moss. Du Xiaofu was astonished. Dugu Fenshin was also a sea of baleful aura, and his sea of baleful aura was actually the terrifying scarlet fire gold moss. The scarlet fire gold moss was a terrifying thing that could burn all things. It was a legendary thing, and he was actually able to see it today. Chi La La, his sea of baleful aura and sorcerer god's power were activated, although he was facing the joint attack of Du Xiaofu and heavenly demon Yeluhan. Dugu Fenshin seemed to have an invisible power helping him. His strength was clearly similar to Du Xiaofu's, but at this moment he was still able to delay the joint attack of Du Xiaofu and Yeluhan. Even Du Xiaofu and Yeluhan's attacks seemed to be within his expectations. In the beginning, Du Xiaofu didn't notice it, but after a few rounds, Du Xiaofu was already secretly shocked. How strange! Du Xiaofu was astonished. This Dugu Fenshin seemed to be able to predict his and Yeluhan's attacks, and would often dodge them in advance. It was as if he could secretly predict their attack patterns. I can't continue like this. I'll break through all techniques with force. In an instant, Du Xiaofu made a decision. No matter what kind of strange, secret technique this Dugu Fenshin had, he could still suppress him with his current cultivation. Sometimes, the simplest and most direct method was also the most effective method. Boom! Du Xiaofu secretly increased his strength. The sorcerer god's body filled the sky with talismans, and countless gods and devils chanted in the surroundings. It shook the heart and soul, and its aura was vast and surging. The ancient sorcerer god's power was like a series of mountain torrents. The dense and surging sorcerer god's power traversed the void, and rumbling sounds of wind and thunder resounded incessantly. Everywhere it passed, the space would explode. Du Xiaofu swept through the void like a sorcerer god descending, crushing towards Dugu Fenshin. Every step he took caused the heaven and earth to tremble, and the universe to resonate. How can he be so strong? Dugu Fenshin was shocked. He felt that he was being crushed. The sorcerer god's power was too terrifying. It was far more terrifying than the sorcerer god's power of the scholarly faction that he had come into contact with before. Even his sect's secret technique was suppressed. Haha, fight! However, Dugu Fenshin still didn't retreat. He had comprehended many things in battle, and even made breakthroughs in battle. He was the fire cloud evil god. This kind of battle could force him into a dangerous situation, but it could also bring him great benefits. He longed for this kind of battle. Boom! Laughter resounded. Dugu Fenshin laughed heartily. All kinds of attacks condensed like lava. Raging flames surged and lava dripped down. The scarlet fire, golden, moss, vein, spirit pierced through the void like a fire dragon. Endless streams of lava poured down from the void, burning the void into nothingness. However, Yeluhan was definitely not Dugu Fenshin. The sea of baleful aura turned into a whirlpool, entangling Dugu Fenshin's vain spirit. The billowing baleful aura was able to resist the terrifying flames. Fight! Du Xiaofu shouted. The huge sorcerer god's body traversed the void. Accompanied by the ancient sorcerer god's power enveloping his body, it revealed an indescribable majesty and mystery. Bang, bang! Du Xiaofu rampaged, and Dugu Fenshin was forced to take a palm head-on. The sky exploded, and the sky rumbled as runes burst out resplendently. Dang, dang! Dugu Fenshin's body was forced back. His palm was numb, and that terrifying power was about to shatter his palm. Haha, his body was forced back, and his right palm was numb with intense pain. However, at this moment Dugufenshin sneered. A resplendent ray of light swept out from his left hand like a thunderbolt. He took the attack head-on, but he was also prepared. He had already buried his killing move. Chila! That resplendent ray of light swept out like a lightning bolt. A terrifying, dazzling spear light swept out. Blazing flames fell from the 9 heavens like lava, exuding a destructive aura. When such a killing move was launched, it was enough to kill a true peak domain realm expert. Chapter 1922. Dazzling spear light pierced through the void and pierced through the forehead of the sorcerer god, bursting with dazzling light. Asterisk crash! Asterisk in an instant. The huge sorcerer god's body crumbled. A dazzling long spear appeared, wrapped in rolling magma. Ancient runes filled the air with an ancient pressure. The terrifying aura had reached the level of a true saint artifact. It was a saint artifact. As the huge sorcerer god's body crumbled, Dugufenshin's hair fluttered in the wind. His blazing eyes flickered with coldness as he sneered. But in an instant, Dugufenshin's expression changed. His pupils suddenly shrank. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, everything happened too quickly. At the same time, a fist rushed out from the void, bursting with dazzling runes. The ancient sorcerer god's power surged out and swept out in all directions, heavily hitting Dugufenshin's back. Asterisk clang. Asterisk under such a bombardment, the ancient blazing armor on Dugufenshin's back trembled. Magma spurted out, and his body staggered forward, blood flowing out from his mouth. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk, but the attack didn't stop. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared and punched Dugufenshin's back like a torrential storm. Asterisk puffed. Asterisk, Dugufenshin's body was instantly sent flying. He spurted out dark red blood from his mouth. Scarlet Sky Spear! The instant his body staggered forward, Dugufenshin let out a short cry. Blood splattered as the saint artifact, the Scarlet Sky Spear, once again swept towards Du Xiaofu like lightning. A blazing light cut through the void. Saint artifact! Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. He formed a seal with his hands, and the void in front of him suddenly distorted. He wanted to confine the saint artifact. Leave it to me. But at this moment, Yalu Han's voice rang out. Billowing baleful aura turned into several beams of light. Like dazzling dark red divine chains, they instantly entangled the saint artifact, Scarlet Sky Spear. The sea of baleful aura was also entangled with Dugufenshin's spirit. Good. Du Xiaofu immediately stared at Dugufenshin with a smile. Dugufenshin's expression was cold. He was already injured, and it was not light, but he was still arrogant. His battle spirit was even stronger as he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! The ancient flame armor on Du Xiaofu's body emitted a resplendent light, as if it was covered in blazing lava. However, the place on his back where Du Xiaofu had struck earlier was dimmed, and there were traces of cracks. Fight! Du Xiaofu had no other choice. His meridian soul and saint artifact were both entangled by Yalu Han. He wanted to force Du Nan to retreat, so he roared and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Below them, the mountains exploded like volcanoes. The supreme power of 6 divine rings carried the momentum of heaven and earth. That resplendent light was like a beast tide. Come! Du Xiaofu couldn't ask for anything more. With a loud shout, the power of the sorcerer god around him emitted a deafening sound that made people's souls tremble. He directly punched towards Dugufenshin's chest. Bang! This time, Dugufenshin didn't dodge. A cruel and evil smile flashed in his eyes as he swept out. In this kind of situation, with the heavenly fiend Yalu Han present, Dugufenshin knew that if this continued, it would be even more disadvantageous for him. Relying on the strength of his armor, he wanted to directly resist Du Xiaofu's punch. Du Xiaofu's punch directly landed on Dugufenshin's chest. At the same time, Dugufenchon's fist landed on Du Xiaofu's chest with a blazing aura that was like lava, emitting a rumbling sound. One punch for another, this was Dugufenchon's choice. Since he was already in a dangerous situation, he needed to make a choice and perseverance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. After the punch landed on Du Xiaofu's chest, Dugufenchon smiled evilly. He was very confident in his armor. The reason why he was able to land a few punches on the younger generation was because of the armor's protection. At this moment, although the punch on Dugufenchon's chest caused his blood to churn and his internal organs to tremble violently, he was still able to withstand it with the help of his armor. However, in just an instant, Dugufenchon's evil smile stiffened. He felt that his opponent's body didn't seem to have much of a reaction. Instead, it was his own fist that felt like it was going to shatter. Not good. At the same time, a chill rose in Dugufenchon's heart and his hair stood on end. A light burst out from the depths of Dugufenchon's eyes, causing his soul to tremble. It was very fast, and it happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. As Dugufenchon's fist landed on Du Xiaofu's chest, his volcano-like eyes suddenly became a little sluggish. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's fist, which had just landed on Dugufenchon's chest, let out a series of muffled thunderclaps. There were 13 consecutive thunderclaps that resounded through the void. This was the Du family's oscillating fist. It had been improved by Du Xiaofu with the tyrant fistway that he had comprehended. At this moment, it was activated with the power of the sorcerer god. It contained the hidden force of the oscillating fist. 13 consecutive waves overlapped and landed heavily on Dugufenchon's chest. Crack, crack. When this kind of power surged in, the protective armor on Dugufenchon's chest cracked in an instant. The surrounding space was crushed by the impact. Buffed, buffed. Dugufenchon's sluggishness only lasted for a moment. When he came back to his senses, his face had already frozen. His eyes were filled with shock, and blood spurted out from his mouth. At this moment, only Dugufenchon himself knew that his internal organs were on the verge of shattering. This kind of injury was too serious. Confine. Dugufenchon was heavily injured. His vain spirit and Saint Tool were originally complementary to his body. At this moment, he was also greatly affected. Yelu Han immediately seized the opportunity to confine him. Continue. Du Xiaofu did not stop. The power of the sorcerer god surged, and a series of violent attacks were launched. Dugufenchon's defeat was unavoidable. He was completely crushed by Du Xiaofu and was forced to retreat in the void. The armor on his body dimmed and cracked. Bang, bang, bang. Yelu Han was not a soft-hearted person. She would not miss such an opportunity. She took the opportunity to launch several surging attacks from behind Dugufenchon, causing him to spurt out blood again. Fire Cloud, evil god, is only SOSO, Du Xiaofu shouted. The power of the sorcerer god erupted and covered the sky. It collided with the panicked Dugufenchon's palm. Dugufenchon's body fell from the sky and shattered the mountain. Rumble. The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountain poured down. However, Du Xiaofu did not stop there. His purple hair fluttered and his divine aura was awe-inspiring. His body swooped down with a domineering force, and a palm print landed on the mountain where Dugufenchon fell. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountain shook. The mountain from the top to the bottom suddenly exploded. In fact, all the mountains within a radius of 10,000 feet collapsed and shattered into dust amidst the rumbling of the earth quaking and swaying. For a moment, the surrounding sand and stones turned into a huge arc-shaped pit. Sand and stones flew and dust filled the sky. The cracks were like an abyss. Such a palm was too terrifying. Even a grand domain realm cultivator would be crushed by it. In the center of the pit, Dugufenchon's body lay in a sorry state. The ancient flame armor on his body had already been shattered. His hair was messy and blood-stained. His face was as pale as ash. Du Xiaofu fell into the pit and lifted Dugu Fengchen's body up. The broken ancient flame armor on Dugu Fengchen's body also turned into talisman runes and disappeared on the surface of his body, revealing a tattered scarlet battle robe that was stained with blood. As Dugu Fengchen was imprisoned, the Meridian Soul Scarlet Fire Golden Moss immediately dissipated in the void. The saint artifact had a spirit, but its power was greatly reduced. It was completely imprisoned by Yelu Han. "You lost," Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile as he looked at Dugu Fengchen, who was lifted up and thrown to the side. "The two of you working together is nothing. Haha, if you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one." Dugu Fengchen was imprisoned, but his voice was not restrained. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold smile. The blood at the corner of his mouth added a trace of cruelty. "I like to bully others with numbers. It's so tiring to fight one-on-one," Du Xiaofu said righteously. He did not care about Dugu Fengchen's provocation and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Ally with us or die. If you have the ability, then kill me and form an alliance with you. Dream on." Dugu Fengchen was very arrogant. Although his defeat was inappropriate, if he lowered his head, then he would be Fire Cloud, Evil God, Dugu Fengchen. "You are a Nirvana supremacy, Fire Cloud, Evil God. I gave you face, so why don't you give me some face as well? Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? My patience is not very good." Du Xiaofu looked at Dugu Fengchen and said in a very serious manner, "If you have the ability, then kill me." Dugu Fengchen replied to Du Xiaofu. "Sigh." Yelu Han sighed and looked at the trapped Dugu Fengchen. He didn't feel happy in his heart. Instead, he felt a bit of heartache. He couldn't help but recall the time when he was in the divine domain and faced the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. His situation was similar to Dugu Fengchen's at this moment. At that time, he was even more miserable. Bang! However, Yelu Han didn't feel that way because Du Xiaofu's fist had already landed on Dugu Fengchen's body. The punch tore open Dugu Fengchen's skin and flesh, revealing a bloody hole with dense white bones. Bang, bang, bang! Yelu Han sucked in a breath of cold air as he saw one of Dugu Fengchen's feet being held in Du Xiaofu's hand. Dugu Fengchen's feet were ruthlessly lashed on the ground like a whip. His mouth kept muttering, "Isn't he just a lesser Nirvana supremacy? He hasn't even reached the reincarnation Nirvana realm. I still don't put him in my eyes." The ground trembled violently. Dugu Fengchen was smashed to his last gasp. In the end, he was thrown to the ground by Du Xiaofu once again. Yelu Han's heart jumped. He felt pain for Dugu Fengchen. PFFF, PFFF, the pitiful Dugu Fengchen, the dignified Fire Cloud Evil God, was being ravaged like this. His body was cracked, and there were bloody holes all over his body. At this moment, Dugu Fengchen's eyes were lifeless. It seemed like he still hadn't recovered from his shock. He couldn't believe that he would encounter such a situation. Those who are interested, please add Little U's public WeChat account, uPhoneYF, and leave a message. Also, today's third update will be completed.